Good morning. 안녕. morning. What if I'm just this size the whole time? What if Onyo Mimi? I wanna sneeze, wait. Oh, this is what happens. I don't like it. I'm sorry. I'm cold. Oh my lord. Good morning. Thank you for the headpats. This is what happened. What is the good morning, chums? I was a bit late. I was supposed to stream an hour and a half ago. Good morning. Good morning. Is my head big? Do you think my head is huge? I found it's massive. It's not that big. It's not that big. You know how much big would be? Big would be like... How do I go? Big would be like... Big would be here. But I'm not. I'm normal. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. Chat. I found so many ants. That's why I was late. And what is it called? What's the thing? What's the thing that you spray to get rid of thingy? To get rid of bugs. That pesticide, insect, those thingamajigs. I don't do well with them. They make my throat itchy. And they make me sneeze. I don't like it. But there was an ant invasion and I nearly died. Just kidding. Can you die from an ant invasion? I almost died. Don't inhale it. But what if I want to breathe? What if I wanna breathe? What do? Vima, thank you for subscribing. Kanna's brain working might be the best thing to buy. Wait, I feel like this was a similar conversation. I don't know when. Ray, were you there? I don't understand what my brain is normal. I think. I have a very standard way of thinking. And brain is same with people, I think. You know, chat? God, I don't like insect thingy. And anyway, so I tried buying. The situation. It's not me. The ads were the problem. Diatomate. Mace? Diatomase. Diatomaceous. Yes, that might be a better option if you have. What the heck is a diatom thing? Diatomato. Yes, that. Tomato. Diatomaceous. Thank you. Tomato. Yeah, you know. Tomato sounds good. Tomato, the tomato thing. What do they help? I don't even know what that is. I don't know what the heck that is. You do know that after you spray, you're supposed to open the window a bit. Oh, okay. But what if no window? What do then? What do when no window? Make window. Rin, you know you're so right. That's what I should have done. Be right back, making a window. Then you're screwed. Okay. Fan to circulate. But thoughts. What if I do that, I'm just circulating the insecticide. And then I die. What do then? You should wipe the place you spray after. Oh, what if it's the wall though? Basically, chat. I found a crime scene. I've been wondering for weeks why there've been random ants on my desk. Like for example, like mid-stream. Sometimes I'm streaming like this and suddenly ants drop on my hands. And I don't know where they came from. I finally found them. You're not an insect. I'm not an insect. Did you know, chat? Did you know? Did you? Yes. So ants have been falling on my hands for no reason. Turns out they were on my ceiling, chat. They were... Turns out they were on my ceiling. I don't know why they're there, but they're there. I don't know what to do with that information. How is a very good question. Apparently an hour is not enough to find the source of the ceiling ants. I don't know how they got there. And I can't even reach them. Do you know how difficult... Do you know how difficult it is to spray something if you can't reach? Thoughts? I literally cannot, like, if I spray and the spray does not reach. What do? And so the ceiling is literally... Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with you. I don't know what to do with that. I tried getting a ladder step thing. You should buy the... There's a non-spray insecticide? Is it the Deo tomato thing again? So all this time you've been spraying the ceiling and inhaling. Well, after a few minutes, I went to get a mask. Yep. Do they have velvet or cow killer? What the heck are cow killer ants? What the heck are cow killer ants? I leave you for one. You were functioning. I'm What now? What did I do now? What did I do now? Did I do something? Hello? Hello? Here's a question that must be asked every cat. How are you still surviving? Ray checked in on me yesterday. Ray checked in on me yesterday. She brought me liquid. And I ate food. Hello. Good morning / evening, Pharaoh. Thank you for the shobby. Mimi, do you like the bouncing alert? I like it very much. Boop, 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 boop. If Sen was here right now, he'd... No. He wouldn't be going for Indo, would he? I don't know. Try an ant bait. Oh? Wait. I assume... Ant bait isn't food, is it? Ant bait isn't food. Is it? Because I already have a lot of food. Yeah, so the ants... Oh my god. Yeah, so I found... They were trailing, right? Spraying insecticide without a mask briefly. Ah, that's the problem. Wait, you're supposed to put it on before you start spraying. I wouldn't know. When I was a kid, my grandma would just spray it all over me. How the fuck would I know? How the fuck would I know? She'd be like, oh my god, mosquitoes are attacking us. Sprays everywhere while I'm, you know, just there. It's good in it. Huh? I keep telling my grandma that, you know, when you spray that, I don't feel so well. My throat gets itchy. And my grandma's like, oh, okay. Her solution was to just spray it at the... Like, lower than where my nose is. The phone is in your pocket. Packet. Where's my phone? I have phone. What now? What now? Big. She was spraying Bygone. The thing. So did you at least circulate the air? What? She sprayed Bygone. Beep, 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 beep. Sprayed it everywhere. She just sprayed it everywhere. And did not tell me to put on a mask. Or tell me to leave the room. That's poison. I'm going to bed. It wasn't me! You think all this time my grandma's been poisoning me? Do you think my grandma's been poisoning me this whole time? What if I lost brain cells? What if I lost brain cells because of it? Yes, you probably... Thank you for subscribing. I don't know how to say that word. I know how to say Kaiser. How do you say the first part? Erdy? I'll just say Kaiser. Thank you so much for subbing. You totally did. We're seeing... Okay. So... I grew up never knowing you're supposed to like air it out. Or... put on a mask. Man. Are you sure it was Bygone? I'm so sure. I'm so sure because she had 4 cans of it. It was like 4. She sprays it on the daily because there were so many mosquitoes. Because my grandma's house is like near like a river, so there's lots of mosquitoes. So she just goes all around the room. And then if I tell her, Grandma, I you know, my throat is dying, and then she's like, oh sorry, I'll spray it at the floor. Then she continues spraying it, but just at a lower height. Like that. You know? At least you shouldn't be... Well, no. No, we're all just there. We're all just there. Thank you for subbing, Benders. Are you all concerned? Wow, I never knew this was... This explains so much. Yeah, I was like... A couple of days ago, I was thinking about it. I'm like, you know... I think... recently I've started realizing... I have like a sensitive nose. So like if there's lots of dust and stuff... Like I get extra sniffly, right? So remember when I got like a really bad flu a couple of weeks ago? I got an air purifier and put it next to me when I sleep. And oh my god, I never realized how amazing it is to wake up and not have your throat like scratchy, and then your nose isn't stuffy when you wake up. That's insane. I was like, oh my god, all this time I could have woken up and just breathed air. That's crazy, right? And then I thought about it. I wonder why my family never realized that I'm sensitive to dust like that. They just let me live the way I am. I don't think they know. You know? If your room still smells like vegan, open the door or window. Let there be airflow to expel it faster. Ito racun. Oh. There's a fancy bottle with a skull on it. It must mean yes. Are you sensitive to fragrance? I don't think it's that bad. I don't like stinky smells though. Like I don't like the smell of durian. And Indonesia has that like stinky bean. And like jengkol. I think they're stinky. I don't know. I never had it really. Yeah, stinky bean. I don't know if that's a thing everywhere. Its name is already Stinky Bean. It's like very self-explanatory, you know. Grandma sprays bug spray like air freshener. No, actually, yeah, she sprays it like it's air freshener. She's like, a moment, mosquitoes, sprays. Like that. Yeah, babe. I forgot about that. A gas leak last week and inhaling poison this week. But it's... Thank you for the bits. My lord. Is it actually good? The smell gets me before I can try it. How does she live like this? 2 instances in 2 weeks straight? Makasih ya, babe. It sounds exactly like my grandma spraying the baygon, actually. Sometimes I wake up to her like spraying because I sleep with my grandma. She'll be like, psh, and I would wake up like, Grandma, you're suffocating me. Can you spray it at the floor? Not above me, thank you. You know. So actually, my god. Does that count as child abuse? Oh, you mean this? Yes, Timmy. That. I can't even go in her room anymore because I have no... Chat, I had to take Ray's key to my place because I lost my key. I still don't know where my key is. It's been 2 months. It's gone, isn't it? It's gone. I tried asking the building manager and I have more keys and they said we already gave you the maximum amount of keys that we can give you. And I'm like, well, shit. And then I literally can't even get home and I had to be like, Ray, can I have my keys? Have you checked I did check my laundry. I did check my laundry. It's not there. The ant army took it. What would they do with my keys? Oh, that's how they got in. Through the front door. Through the front door, they're like, well, got Kanna's keys. Gonna let ourselves in and make a nest, is what I assumed they thought. Oh yeah, oh my god! Ray, do you know what? I finally found what attracted the ants. And I was sad about it too. They were making like really long trails. You know, they were like really trailing in the wall. I was like following the ants from the ceiling. At some point they descended, right? Ray, do you remember those milk candies from Thailand that we were gifted? Do you remember the yummy milk candy? Turns out I opened it. And then I tied it with a rubber band. But I think they got to the milk candy. My milk candy. Aww. Saza, good morning. Thank you for the subby. God, I know. I don't eat a lot of candies. That's one of the candies that I like. The candy is so good. And they knew. I had to. Rubber band is stopping ants. I don't even know how they knew it was there. My milk candy. They really liked it too. There were like hundreds of them. The ants, I mean. They were like, this is it. The good stuff. We got the goods. And then they were like, you know, they were like marching and running around. Man, my candy. They didn't touch anything else. Just that. Man. Ants seek out the sugar. You pretty much had ant bait. How do they even find it? Why don't you put it in the fridge? About my fridge. Oh my god, Ray! You were here but you didn't open the fridge. You would have thrown things away, I think. Probably. Ray, okay. Ray came here. She ran to my PC room. Fridge is bad. So many difficulties. Anyway, Ray came here and she ran to my PC room. She was like, I wanna see how bad it is. I'm like, don't. When you bunked me, what did I do? What did I do? Mate. I'll come by tomorrow. Why are you living this way, Pharaoh? I'm smiling because I'm remembering the voice thing again. You're gonna be awake tomorrow. I'm thinking. I think I'll be going to the bakery tomorrow. Yeah. You can come by the bakery. We can have food. Ray with the threatening aura. No. Ray took a look at my room and she said, oh, it's not bad at all. See, chat. See. Can I have what food do you want? I have so much food. I have so much food. I have too much food and I'm so full. It's not too... See, chat? It's not too bad. Cause she's seen it worse. What is that? What are you implying? Right, can we have a second opinion? The lack of trust here. The lack of actual trust here. How bad is not too bad? I'm gonna try to distract. Is Pharaoh calling me? Wait, chat can't hear you yet. Wait. Oh, I move at the speed of light from 1,000,000,000,000 light years away. Can you hear? Can you guys hear Pharaoh chat? Pharaoh. I thought you were going to sleep.
Can't sleep because my blood pressure is too high now. I was gonna go to sleep, and then I turned on your stream.
Because you can listen to me and fall asleep peacefully. I understand. Chat! You're on my side, right?
Peacefully, you say.
He's been energized by the disappointment. I'm on chat side. He's losing it.
Ray,
No, Pharaoh's not losing it.
I need you to do me a favor when you go to check on Kanna tomorrow. I need you to shake the shit out of her for me. I just need you to grab her by the shoulders and gyrate her violently. And then I need you to remove all of the fucking anything that could conceivably be considered poison from her fucking house. Because clearly Kanna is not qualified to operate.
I have qualifications.
No, you have no qualifications. None whatsoever. You have just completely self-reported. Your lack of qualifications was a self-report, La. You told on yourself.
Here. No. Have faith, right? I'm gonna write it down. See?
You go ahead. You write it down. You write down everything you need to write down. Write it down. That's great. Ray, you have your marching orders. She is not allowed to own poison anymore.
Whatchamacallit?
If she has bugs, they're just roommates now.
Don't inhale poison. See, I took notes. 2. If poison present, wait for it. Open door. / window if you have window. If no airflow, see, I'm taking so many notes. If no airflow, then use fan. Did I get it right?
This is how you get sharks. I want you to be aware that this is how you get sharks. You don't want sharks.
Yeah, see, if Ray was here, I would just hide behind Ray and then Ray would deal with the bugs. But Ray's not here. Ray wasn't here today.
So you decided it would just be the right thing to do is we're poisoning everything. The bugs, the Kanna, everything gets poisoned. You get some poison, you get some poison. Everybody gets some poison. Apparently.
You would think by now it would get some sort of like poison immunity, right? From the amount of like poison that apparently my grandma's been spraying over me all my life.
That explains so much. That explains so much. Like I've had so many answers regarding you.
What do you
I've had so many answers regarding you answered. Like just I completely understand now exactly why you are the way you are. Like the whole life growing up poisoned, chat.
Sad backstory.
Indonesia debuff wasn't enough. Grandma had to make sure.
What if that
grandma had
stunted my growth? Holy shit, Pharaoh! What if I should have been taller and my
You
grandma
could've-
poisoned me and my my
Yep.
god, I could have been
Yep.
like 180 centimeters.
You could have. You could have been supermodel height, but grandma said, "Nah, fuck all that. Inhale the poison. Breathe deep, granddaughter. Breathe deep." Fucking.
No, you know, I feel like there's this thing where I feel like with older Asian generation, they're just like power through, right? Because my grandma had asthma, she said, and then one day it just went away. I think she just powered through everything. You know?
I see.
I think she did gain some sort of immunity. Maybe she was just trying to train me in her ways.
I don't think you get poison immunity that way, Kanna. I'm 99% sure that it's not how you gain poison immunity. I don't think you can ever really gain poison immunity, really. I think what you end up with is instead of acute poisoning, you end up with chronic poisoning, which explains the shape of your brain so perfectly.
What do you mean the shape of my brain? Chat. I think I have a perfectly normal brain. I honestly do. I never understand it when Ray tells me that you're so special, and I'm like, what does that mean?
Bimo, that's so fucking wild. Still,
His grandma used to feed him fried chicken that used oil that had plastic fried in it. No, that's true. That's true. Sometimes when you buy like random street food, you should probably pay attention, just in case it's like extra crispy. You kind of have to second guess it.
What are we doing in Indo? Just throwing the whole fucking bottle of oil in the pan? Is that what's happening? We just fuck it, you know? Open the bottle? Like, nah, just throw the whole bottle in the pan, fam.
I saw videos, Pharaoh. So like they take sheets of plastic and fry it with like tempeh, so the tempeh becomes extra crispy from the plastic.
Okay, so we are completely taking Indonesian street food off the list when I come to visit. And all of my food will have to be made. You know, it's a damn good thing you own the bakery, because you will have to cook everything now while I supervise.
Yeah, they add plastic. Yeah. Have you ever seen those videos where it's like really hot wok, right? And they have like a bag of like deep frying oil, and instead of opening the bag, they just put the whole plastic bag in, waits for it to melt, and eats whatever is left out. And you know, so then the oil just spills. Yes.
Oh, why?
There was also a period of time I heard where they had like plastic rice. So they would like what is it called when
plastic?
you guess?
Wait.
Yeah.
Plastic rice.
Yeah, so they would like mix up normal rice and some rice grains made of plastic. You know. What is it called?
I always, I've heard all my Indonesian, friends talk about Indonesian debuff, and I always just thought it was like a joke, but it really sounds like there's actually like some kind of like concerted fucking effort on the part of your fellow countrymen to fucking debuff
No, they just do self debuff. Honestly, they just debuff themselves. Yeah. Fuck so the micro, we're going macro.
That's what I'm saying, like plastic chicken. Oh,
Michi makes more sense now. Wow, that's a red flag, isn't it? When Michi's the one making sense. Thoughts?
This all tracks. It explains all of your aberrant, like bizarre behavior. It's not bizarre really her fault, chat. It's not her fault, chat. She's been debuffed from a young age, sprayed with poison and fed plastic. We should really be proud of how well adjusted and functional she is, honestly.
Hey,
if we're being,
I think I am well adjusted.
If we're being completely honest, she could be so much worse. On the scale of
well adjusted,
so much worse.
I can live with that. I could be so much worse, but I'm not. I'm just gonna I'm gonna write that down.
Yeah. There you go.
I'm gonna write that down.
Make a note.
I could have been so much worse. Think about it, chat. Think about that.
I have to go. I have to go to Indo, buddy. At some point, it's mandatory. I don't have a choice. Like I have to safety proof. I have to safety proof her house, guys. I have to, and the bakery. I was talking to her about the bakery, and well, I think that was on chat. That was on stream, guys. I have to go to the bakery and give a fucking like safety inspection because I have a feeling that the fucking bakery is like a category 10 fire hazard.
Oh my god. Wait, Pharaoh. This is so out of topic. But last night, I was watching a documentary on Netflix. Do you know it? It's called The Poop Cruise.
Oh. Yes, is that the cruise where the toilet's all backed up and like gave everybody fucking dysentery and shit and like people I think like people might have even died.
Do you guys know about the poop cruise?
Oh god, I remember hearing about that. Yeah.
Man, no, I spent 55 minutes of my life watching that. I did.
No,
I really did.
I watched a documentary on it too, so I can't really say anything because I was like, wait, I'm sorry, the what? And I was like, oh my god, you could not get me on a cruise ship for love, God, or money. There is no fucking way I would ever step foot on a fucking cruise ship at this point. No. I have watched too many videos about the shit that goes on cruise ships, literally.
One of their engines caught fire. That's why when you said fire, I'm like, oh my god, poop cruise, crazy.
Yeah.
The engines caught fire, and then what happened? Oh, they told people to pee on the shower floor, but then it turned out they were stuck there for 4 days, so the pee was piling up on the floor.
Yeah, it was an absolute biological hazard. People got so sick.
They did. You know what's insane? At the end of the documentary, I think it was the CEO or something of like the cruise company. They're like, "Wow, we thought this was gonna be a PR nightmare, but it wasn't." I'm like, "How can this not be a PR nightmare?"
Brother, what do you mean it wasn't a PR nightmare? So then the question becomes is if he doesn't consider that a PR nightmare, what does he consider to be a PR nightmare? That's crazy? Terrifying.
They're still using the ship. That ship is still out there.
That's wild. That is so fucking wild. Oh no! Never getting on a cruise boat. Don't care.
They cleaned it and they renamed it to like the Sunrise. It was called the Triumph before, and now it's called the Sunrise.
The Sunrise. They should call it the Poop Rise. What do you mean? The poop rise out of the toilet law. All over the floor.
Oh no! Oh my god! No! I swear, guys, you should watch it. Oh my god, the plot twist. I don't know if I should tell you guys or if you guys should watch it by yourself. Do I spoil it? Do you guys want to know?
Spoil it because they're not gonna watch it. They're not gonna watch it.
You guys don't want to watch the poop cruise? That's crazy. Okay, at the end, after everything, there is like this lawyer, this maritime lawyer who is like, guys, this is it. They have like a track record of fires breaking out. It was only a matter of time, and they still used the ship anyway. They didn't fix jack shit, right? And then like, this is it, my lawsuit, right? And then it gathered all the data, blah blah blah, submitted, and then the the representation of the cruise ship just said, "Oh, sorry, you can't sue us because when you buy your cruise ticket, it literally says that we are not liable. We are not going to guarantee your well-being, sanitary conditions, and or food. Yeah. So by buying this ticket, you agreed to this."
Yeah. There's that. That's what I mean. Is like all of them do this. Like there's a disclaimer on it that that they're not legally liable for like your health and well-being while you are stuck on their fucking ship in the middle of the ocean, right? Like ain't no fucking way. No crazy. Fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. The way that the captain and his like officers would have been thrown off that fucking ship with extreme prejudice. I mean, brother, no.
I mean, again, the guy was like, "Oh, he thought it was gonna be a PR nightmare, But it's that's crazy.
insane.
No, that's crazy.
That is
Thank you for
absolutely
listening.
insane.
I didn't think the crap was holy. No, there were
No,
bro.
no.
People got drunk and they were told to poop in bags, and drunk people started throwing poop bags. It's not the best. It's probably not the
Wow.
best time.
Wow.
Oh Lord. Thank you for listening to my brain dump. I just watched that last night and I had nobody to dump this to. So I took
There
a
you
dump
go. You.
on all of you. Thank you.
Oh, I'm gonna need you to rephrase that immediately. What in the actual fuck is wrong with you? Oh my. Well, no, we actually take it back. We do know what's wrong with her, chat. Poison. Chronic poison.
Hey, now I'm gonna quote my notes from a few minutes ago. I could have been so much worse, Pharaoh.
Yeah, and I shouldn't have said that, chat, because I feel like she took that as a challenge. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I said that, and she was like, "Hold my beer," and just immediately had to prove to me that yes, in fact, she could be worse. She could be so much worse.
I've proved nothing. Sippies. See, I'm remembering to hydrate. I'm progressing as a human being.
That's good. That's good, because you're gonna fucking kill me if you don't.
Woohoo!
Telling you, chat, she wants me dead.
Posture check, you're so right. I crossed my legs again. Ray, do they sell stools on...
Have you not? Oh my god, have you still not ordered the fucking step stool? Right now. No, right now. Right now. Order the fucking... No, right now. Order it. Do it. Do
my
it.
feet can't touch the floor, chat.
Yes.
And
now we know why. And now we know why.
I think I've been crossing my legs. Yeah,
Grandma.
no, true. That's true. You're so
Grandma
right.
said, "Fuck you. You ain't gonna be tall enough for touch the floors when you sit." Ha ha.
What is step stool in Indonesian?
I know.
Kanna.
That is what step stool is in Indonesian.
Langkah. Bangku? No, that's not it. Step stool.
Hey, look.
Kursi pijakan. You're so smart. Good morning. I'm choosing. I'm crossing my legs right now.
Myko, buddy.
Michael. Good.
Myko.
Whatever time it is, dear. What?
Myko,
Fair you.
she's absolutely killing me this morning today.
I'm
Myko.
not. Wow. I just nearly lost my life.
She
fighting an ant colony.
She apparently decided that because there were ants, that the solution to that was to poison herself along with the ants, and to see, like, I don't know, it's like a show of force.
Girl. Hi, Kanna. It's 1 a.m. Whoa.
Myko,
it is our first interaction.
Don't encourage her, Myko, please. She doesn't need encouragement.
Ants. No, you don't understand. They were taking over my place. They were trailing everywhere, all over the ceiling. I might die if I leave them alone, right?
Food out. Stop leaving food out.
I put a rubber band around the thing.
That is not... No, you gotta put it up.
I had an animus. If I'm gonna die both ways, I'll take them with me. Michael understands. Michael understands. See.
Hold on. /ban at cats. I gotta
Don't ban the poor.
Michael, stop encouraging. Oh my god, stop it. Why, Michael? Wait, are you trying to make me like worry about you too, brother? Please. Brother, please. Oh god. Why are they all like this, chat? All of them. Even Myko. They're all like this. Oh god.
Not Michael, not my problem. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. I noticed and put on a mask.
Clearly it wasn't that bad because you're still here. But like, how many brain cells, Kanna? You don't have
that
Sweetie,
many left.
Listen, you don't have a lot to spare, right? Like, you need to You need to conserve.
Wow,
You need
that's
to
true.
conserve
That's actually
the
true,
ones that
Chad.
are
If I have,
still-
if I have lesser brain cells, I could be so much worse. I could actually be so much worse.
Oh, you could. Oh, I'm just thinking about it now. Terrifying.
Even though I'm not that bad.
Genuinely terrifying. Don't take it as a challenge, Kanna, please. Don't take it as, it's not a challenge. It's an observation. I'm not challenging you to prove to me. See, look, you already got sent up and typing in full Indonesian again. You see what you do to him? You see you make him type in full Indonesian.
Set. Itu satu-satunya base lagi carry shield. Oh. Oh my god. So I should call my last brain cell Atlas.
Holding up the world, the entire world. Struggling mightily to hold up the entire world.
But okay, no, Pharaoh and chat. Genuinely. I've always thought that I was a well-adjusted adult. No? I'm not?
Maiko. Maiko.
Hello?
What the fuck, man? Why? Why are you
I think I've lost more brain cells in the last 5 years than ever. It's made me more efficient. Oh my god, Michael! Chat.
Brother, I thought we were cool. Why are you doing this to me?
Oh my god, you're right. Oh my god. See. Okay, fair. Last time I played the game, right? And I was like trying so hard to think about it. And then at the end, I'm just like, fuck it. Just try. You know? See? Think less. Do more. My one brain cell's already working so hard. Life is short. See you at the... Did I hear Pharaoh's brain cell die? Did I hear? Tia, thank you so much for the sub. Someone's bonking me. Sasa, you too? Dang it.
Oh, you want to know how I got these scars?
Pharaoh, have I told you how much I missed you?
This is gonna be it, chat. This is what's gonna tip me over the edge. This is what's gonna send me screaming down absolute super villain arc.
Life is short. Pharaoh's patience is shorter.
Oh.
I think a few weeks ago, Ray was looking at me. She was like, "Wow, look what Michi turned you into. You spend a little time with Michi and you turned into a rage baiter." And I'm like, maybe it wasn't me. Maybe I'm not the problem. And then Ray said, "No, you probably had the talent." I'm like.
The question, this is always the question with Kanna is it rage bait or is it just she is that dim? Like you never know. Like is this genuinely rage bait or is she just genuinely?
Yeah, what if I'm just dumb, chat? What if I'm just dumb? What if Atlas was just overworked? What if I'm just dumb and I was poisoned all my life?
See, that's the thing, right, Sasa? Right? She's not dumb when it comes to so many things, except for apparently her sense of fucking survival.
The number of times I hear "Did you know?" out of Michi shows me brain rot works through osmosis. What does that even mean?
See, I think Sin's right. I think you're not dumb at all. I think you make a conscious decision to be the way you are.
Be dumb?
Because you enjoy.
Is that better or worse?
The pain that you cause, like the torment that you inflict. She's a sadist, chat. That's what it is.
Kanna turned into a very mischievous little doggo. No. When have I ever? Look at me.
Not a single thought behind those eyes, chat. Not even a little one.
Wow.
Not even.
Not convinced. What have I ever done? Wow, I wonder if we can make like a redeem thing where you redeem it and then you just shake me. Would that make you happy, Pharaoh?
Oh, yeah, it'll be a nice stand-in until. I don't think she understands, chat. She is so fucking cooked when I get to Indonesia. It's gonna literally like, hey Michi, hey Ray, hi Rach, how's it going? Oh look, there's Kanna, and she's gonna see exactly how quickly a large man can move when properly motivated. Snatched,
what's your motivation?
thrown in the air, and then shaken violently. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, basically.
Nola. We just hug and we go eat food. Not street food, but food.
Shaken Kanna syndrome is going to become a thing, chat. You know, maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what the thing is maybe if I shake her hard enough, it'll restart whatever part of her brain is responsible for her sense of self-preservation.
Are you kill Atlas?
No, I don't think so. I don't think Atlas can be killed if huffing poison chronically for years hasn't killed fucking Atlas. I think Atlas is not the problem. We just need to see if we can get the rest of them to start doing their jobs. Oh God. You're lucky you're cute. You know that? You're really lucky that you're cute, because otherwise
you think I'm cute?
Sadly.
That's a win. I call that a win today. Right, chat?
That's the win, I guess, right, chat? Get her, Bender. Get her, Bender.
I forgot that was a thing. I keep forgetting that's a thing. Wow. To think my grandma's been spraying me with poison all along. I'm still in shock. Does that count as child abuse if she doesn't know that she's poisoning me?
At the bare minimum, it's like child endangerment. I don't know if it's actually here. I don't even. Probably not. It's Southeast Asian law. They beat you with belts. Probably not.
Meep 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 meep.
Here, okay. Maybe. Yeah.
Okay. I found a stepping stool thing that rocks back and forth.
Beautiful. So you can even have busy feet and not and perfect. Buy it now, right now.
Oh. Okay, but it doesn't have any reviews, and I don't know if I trust that.
Oh, okay. That's probably suboptimal then.
Okay, let's see this one.
Find one that has some reviews.
Ergonomic footrest. Oh, but it doesn't go wobble back and forth. Well, this one wobbles back and forth. I have new standards.
She wants one that wobbles back and forth, Jet. Wobbles back and forth, kind of like Atlas in your skull.
Okay. I will purchase one. How much is this?
Chat. In before she starts using it as a headrest instead of a footrest, so she can wobble her head. Wobble, wobble,
wobble.
Oh
my God, that's genius! Fair, have I ever told you how smart you are? Wow!
Oh,
and I could put it here, and then I can go beep boop, beep boop, beep boop, beep boop.
I apparently.
I'm gonna go beep boop, beep boop, beep boop, beep boop.
Yeah, right. The reason she's looking at the footrests right now is because I have told her like a dozen times to get a footrest so that she stops crossing her legs because it's killing her knees.
Beep,
So
boop, beep,
I'm not
boop.
asking her to do it off stream anymore. She's doing it right now.
Beep.
That's the thing. That's the thing. So here's the deal. So trying to manage Kanna, what it boils down to is you have
Meow,
to
meow.
like pin her in place and then give her direct, like, you must do this thing now, like right now. Like you can't say, hey, write this down and do it later, because she'll write it down. Like she'll totally write it down. Absolutely, she'll write it down. But the second part, do it later, that never happens, because as soon as she writes it down and puts down the notepad, it has cleared her active cache in her brain.
Oh my god, that's
like
true.
it just leaves her memory, and something else
does.
slides in. So you have to, like, you basically have to force her, like, no, you stop whatever else you're doing and you do this thing right now. Now the nice part is when you do this,
yes,
she listens and she does it. Like I give her that. Like if I tell her, no, Kanna, stop, do the thing right now. She does it, which is good. But I have to like grab hold of her goofy little ass long enough to get it done.
Iron Crowd, thank you so much for the sub. Pharaoh is getting too smart. I get it. ADHD niya para bang, oh my god, right? Should I just get diagnosed? Should I get diagnosed?
I don't even think it doesn't even matter at this point. Kanna is undiagnosed, but we are 99.99 repeating infinitely % sure. Like,
what if I'm just placeboing and then I think I have ADHD, but I don't have ADHD?
Because the behavior was there before the conversation was ever had. See, that's the thing. I think it's one of those deals where, you know, I don't know that it's going to really matter if you get officially diagnosed or not, because whether you've got it or not, you've got the behavior and the treatment is the same.
You're
See?
so
It's
smart.
amazing. ADHD confirmed or not, she still does the same shit, and I know how to counter it, and that's all that matters.
I bought it.
Good, thank you.
And I crossed my legs again, so I'll put them down.
Yeah, because your knees, girl, your poor knees.
I know. Do you know what happened?
You're not exactly a spring chicken, Kanna. You gotta take it easy on your knees, buddy.
Oh my god! You know what happened last night?
What did you do?
After I finished watching the poop cruise, I tried to get up, and I think I pulled a muscle in my right butt. I was like, no.
That's completely tracks. Completely tracks. We were talking yesterday. I finally managed to get her on a call because I had to ask her questions about the new Discord server, and somehow in the middle of us talking, she pulled a muscle in her ribs. She's like laughing all of a sudden. She's like, ow, ow, ow. And I'm like, what, how did you? And she's like, I don't know. Rib hurt. And I'm like, what the
actually,
fuck do you mean rib hurt?
I actually know. No, I was like thinking back. What was I sitting towards? I was sitting like in Indonesia we call it warteg style, with like one foot on the chair, and the other foot hanging down, and I was like leaning over one side. Duduk ala warteg gitu loh, guys. And
So
I
she
think
was
I pulled a
gremlin
muscle
sitting.
on one.
We'll just call that gremlin sitting. So she was gremlin sitting and pulled a muscle. Granny Kanna, you've got to take better care of yourself while you're not young anymore. You're going to hurt yourself in a way that doesn't heal quickly. You're gonna break your hip.
It's like mid call with Pharaoh, it's serious talk, and then I was like, wait, Pharaoh, I can't breathe. When I breathe, my ribs hurt, and I don't know why. And Pharaoh literally was like, dead ass, if you're having a heart attack mid call, I don't know what to do.
The way she said it, chat. The way she said it, she's like, I can't breathe. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean you can't breathe? Pardon. Excuse the ever-loving shit out of me. The fuck do you mean you can't breathe? I need some clarification.
Because I never knew that sitting like that could hurt it like that. How was I supposed to know? Okay. It's okay. I'm fine. I'm young and hip.
Does Indonesia have like homes for old people? Because I feel like I need to start researching that now.
What if they kick me out of there for being too young and energetic? and healthy.
Okay.
And youthful.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
We do have them apparently. I saw an article where there's like now Indonesia has fancy, what are they called? Homes for the elderly? What are they called?
Yeah.
There's one that's like 500 million or something, and it's like fancy with a spa and a sauna and a clubhouse, and I'm like, wow, those rich old people. Retirement home. Exactly.
It's either that or you're gonna have to like move in with Ray so she can keep an eye on you at all times.
You assume that Ray is more responsible than I am. What if?
I mean, she's doing her best to keep you alive, so like I would say move in with Michi, but that would just result in the entire place being burned to the ground.
Moving and wow, let me think about that for like a second. What it would be like to live with Michi.
No,
well, the bathroom.
I veto that. The bathroom. Ooh.
I mean, she would only go number 2 once every 2 weeks.
Here's the thing, Sin.
So
here's the thing. The girl can cook, right? She can clean. She just needs somebody to remind her that these things need to transpire. It's not that she lacks ability. She needs minding. She just needs somebody to like be like, Kanna, go make food. Kanna, clean up food so there are no ants. Kanna, please do not inhale the fucking poison. That seems to be the case. It's not that she lacks ability, she lacks initialization.
Because even when she realized it needs to be done, she decided to I call it the future Kanna problem.
It's future Kanna problems are a thing that comes up quite frequently when I talk to Kanna. It's always future Kanna. Yes it does. Future Kanna will take care of that. Like, girl, your future Kanna is going to be angry with you.
And then I told Pharaoh to tell future Kanna to suck it.
Yeah.
I'm so smart.
She literally, I was like, Kanna, she's like, listen, Pharaoh, when you run into future Kanna on this issue, you just tell future Kanna to suck it. And I'm like, brother, what do you fucking mean, homie? Oh god.
Okay. See, present Kanna is present in the moment.
Yes, present Kanna is absolutely living 1000% in this exact moment in time. Future Kanna never happens, Midnight. That's the trick. Like, honestly, that is the trick, is that because Kanna is always present exactly in the moment. Future Kanna can never happen because we never reached future Kanna because we're always in the moment. See, she's doing some weird wibbly wobbly timey-wimey shit right now, right? So she's just permanently encased in the exact moment in time.
You're so smart. I'll note that down. Future Kanna is always in the future.
Yes, we are actively stuck in Kanna limbo. Where when you know what it is, guys, Kanna's like one of those SCPs that has like limited area of effect, like reality warping. So Kanna warps her immediate environment and the people who perceive her into the state where there is like a lack of time. See, that's why she's planning on making me live for 3,000 years, because if she can get me within her area of effect, like her direct area of effect, I basically become encased in like amber, right? And I'm now stuck in Kanna's time warp.
I love how I understood nothing of this grand master plan you suppose I have.
I figured it out, chat. I'm beginning to see. I'm beginning to perceive the sixth dimension.
There is a sixth time. Wow.
Yeah, I've already found number 4, number 5, and I'm beginning to perceive the 6th. I think when I can fully perceive the 6th, I can start making actual changes in reality myself, and then boy, that'll be interesting, won't it?
Farah, I think it's called sleep deprivation. Are you okay? Are you okay, Farah?
I can
Oh,
see
they're
it, chat.
I think he's seeing things. I think he's seeing things. Are we ever so slightly concerned about Pharaoh's sanity?
I have learned how to see noise. I can see the smells, chat.
You can see the smells? That's crazy.
I can see the smells. Oh.
Okay.
Sanity.
Okay.
I was sane once. I don't think I met anime
Sane
women.
once.
I was sane once.
Okay. So, self-poisoning aside, I have dead ends everywhere. They shouldn't come back, right?
Wait. You poisoned the ants, but you didn't wipe them up?
Not yet.
What?
Did I kill Pharaoh, chat? Do it now. But Ray isn't here.
Don't care, right? Oh, they still have poison on them, Kanna. You're walking around on poison all over the floor, probably in your bare ass feet. Because I know you don't wear. I know you don't wear no fucking shoes and socks in the house. So you are currently cruising around on the poison in your bare ass feet.
So they don't just dissipate into nothing? They stay on your floor? Vera, don't die! Pharaoh? Chat, did we lose him? Did we lose him? Pharaoh's literally... I'll wipe it! Pharaoh, stay alive! I'm not wearing headphones. I can't hear you. I'm wearing... Don't die, Pharaoh.
How has she survived this long? Oh, okay. That's God. What? Midnight, we already have established that Michi is some kind of eldritch creature. That's how she survived so long. Michi survives by simply defying the laws of known physics and reality. Kanna, I don't know how Kanna, maybe it's the same thing. Maybe that's why they're friends, it's two eldritch creatures recognizing each other. Holy. I just... Oh. Well, while she's doing that, I'll do this. Oh.
Maybe?
Yeah, Ray, I can feel my ancestors calling for me too, honestly. I can feel my ancestors calling me back to the ocean from which I came.
Should I sweep? I don't
Yes.
have my headphones on. I'm reading chat. Does sweeping help? Yes. Yay.
Oh. Ray. I think I'm seeing Valhalla. Yeah, I think so, BMO. I think the train is pulling out of the station. I think it's time for me to go and see what lies beyond the 12th gate. It's more than Kanna, Ray. It's more than Kanna. I have been tethered. Oh. The anchors, they do bind me to this mortal coil.
I got the sweepy thing. What are they called again?
Sweepy thing, the broom. Chat, you think she's talking about a broom?
Okay. I put on my headset and I'm sweeping.
Okay. Thank you. Just get the poison off the floor, please, I beg.
I mean, to be fair, because my grandma used to spray it all over the bed, I just thought they went away. Does that mean they were absorbed by the bed sheets?
Yes.
Does that mean that every night I was inhaling poison?
Hold on, I'm gonna beat Sarah. I am. I'm gonna beat her with a stick.
What happened? And it wasn't me this time. Broom! That's the word I was looking for. That's the word I was looking for. Wow. They look like dust, but they're just ants. Hey Ray, are your services still available? Ray just kept yelling at me to get shelves because everything is on the floor. I think I sweeped everything probably. They're tiny. It's hard to see, you know. Ta-da! I think people are gonna ask me, what do you do when you stream, Kanna? I sweep.
That's right. Because you don't do it otherwise.
I do it.
Bro, I am going to start calling you daily on fucking Discord, and you are going to have to answer. Like, that's going to become like a component in our interactions.
Are you making sure I'm alive?
Yes. And that if there are things need to be done that I need to tell you to do, that I can tell you to do them while like you're within my vocal range.
Everything on the floor, yeah. Because I don't have shells. I put things on boxes.
I thought you were going to get shelves the other day. La, what the?
I forgot what happened. Ray said, let's go to IKEA last week. I forgot to answer, I think.
Ray, I need you to be my will there.
Isn't
while
she
I'm
asleep?
not
Oh,
there.
you're awake.
I need you to be the extension of my will with Kanna until I can get there and shake her properly. Kanna, I'm gonna need you to fucking do what Ray tells you to do.
Yeah? Okay.
You need shelves. You need shelves.
Yeah, okay, cool. Wow, that's a very long instruction. Okay, hold.
Holy block of text.
I'm gonna give you instructions in Indo. Kalau semprot kamar, kamu semprot bawah aja. Jadi lantai, bawah tempat tidur, pojok-pojok. But what if they were on the ceiling? Oh, leave the premises for an hour.
Yes. You
Oh.
put on the mask, you spray the poison, you fuck off for a little while, then you come back and open the house to vent any residual poison that's in the air.
Yeah. Okay,
You don't just
to be
you
fair,
don't just fucking hotbox the
up-
house with poison and hang out.
growing up, I
For
thought,
God's sake.
I was like amazed. I was like, oh my god, they made a
Now-
thing that only kills insects but are totally fine for humans to inhale. That's amazing. That's what I thought.
Yeah, no. Now, if you have to spray like a single bug, like on the floor or something, that's fine. You know, you still need to air out the house, but like you don't have to do all the rest. But if you're fighting off like a full-on invasion of ants, like
Maybe okay. No, Pharaoh. See, you listen to Ray. Ray uses like 12 bottles of insecticide a month. I don't think being at her place is safe either, huh?
I have a feeling like Ray, you follow proper
12.
usage
12.
of the poison though, right?
12.
Like you
But like
you do the
12
things
bottles a month.
correctly.
Well, no, like think about it. It's like the
Chat,
big
hold
bottles.
on.
No,
Kanna-
not 12.
Oh, see, look, Ray does it the right way, so it's fine. Like I understand if
How
you
do
live
we
in the
know
forest,
she
you have a lot
does
of
it the
bugs.
right way?
Because I believe her when she says that she does it the right way.
What if I said I've been doing it the right way too?
But you've already told us that you've not been doing it. You've already self-reported, Kanna. It's too late
What
for that.
if I thought it was the correct way?
I mean, okay, but like, girl, it's poison.
Because she's not that dumb.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, ant traps. Ant traps.
Okay. To
are
be
a good
fair,
way to go.
you give Ray a lot of credit, but you realize when me and her are together, instead of her being the mature one, we share one brain cell. So it's like two dodo heads.
Well, yeah,
together.
we've just ascertained that you are a reality bender within your immediate vicinity. So that
You
tracks.
think I'm the problem? Damn.
Chat, didn't we just establish
Chat.
that Kanna is an SCP that bends reality around her?
Chat. I think Ray has to match the dumb. I don't think you're the problem. I'm sad. When have I ever?
Oh my
Okay.
God.
Okay. I've swept the floor.
Thank you.
What
Thank
else?
you.
What
you
else
wi-
am
you
I
wiped up
supposed to
where
do?
the poison was? Did you wipe up where the poison was?
Yes.
There's no more poison on the floor.
If we have a poll, it's not 100%. Surely one of you would believe me.
Let's find out.
Chat. One of you believes in me, right? Surely belief exists. I think Kanna is the solution or the solvent. Yamu, good morning. Well, good afternoon. Yamu,
Kanna.
if there's a poll, please vote that I am not the problem. Thank you.
Kanna, you're getting cooked on the poll, sweetie. I hate to tell you.
Yamu, vote no. Someone vote no.
Yamu. She poisoned herself with ant
I
spray.
didn't poison myself. I'm alive.
Yamu, I had
You
to
didn't miss
yell at her
anything.
to go wipe up the poison and sweep up the ants. Yamu, she has made me teeter on
So,
full Joker crash out twice
I
already.
can vote.
Twice, Yamu.
That's it. You voting doesn't count. You don't know who. You don't know what I voted. That could be anyone else.
There is literally one vote for no.
There could literally be anyone else.
There is literally one vote for no. There is one singular vote for no. We all know it was you, Kanna. We all know it was you. we all know. Oh, now there's two. Okay, so now there's two.
Yeah.
Somebody felt the need to, you know. Somebody is lying to you.
And I also, yes, but I never said what I voted. I can vote, but you know, was that pity?
We're up to 3, chat. We're up to 3 votes for no.
I'll take anything. I'll take anything. I'll even tell you that's not. I don't even have a second account to do that.
This is Kanna and her alt accounts. This is Kanna and her alt accounts.
You think I'm smart enough to have alt accounts?
No, I don't actually.
Isn't that even more sad? I should go make one right now. Wait for me. I'll make one. Oh, my nose is itchy. This is how we learn how to... Hey!
How we find out how many alt accounts.
She says this, but she has a collection of emails. I do. I do have a collection of emails, but I didn't use them to sign up. I compartmentalize. You should too. Don't just depend on like one email, Ray. What if we get hacked, you dodo head?
Honestly, she's not wrong. See, chat. These are those moments where she's smart. That take you completely off guard. You're like, and that's why when she tries to say, "Well, I'm just dumb," you're not. You're not.
I put on glasses because it makes me look smarter. Just don't get hacked. Wow, Ray. Wow. Yeah, okay. Noted.
Yeah, just don't click on just don't click on suspicious links, homie.
I never click suspicious links. Probably.
See, that tracks, Ray. That tracks,
Ray,
honestly.
No, Ray can't even remember 6 digits.
Yeah, having a password manager is really the best way to go, genuinely speaking.
Yeah. Correct. Yes. Yes. We all have our strengths and weaknesses.
Do you have a separate browser for streaming versus the one you use for everything else? Because you should have one of those too.
Let me think. I do have a separate account, but I just use it on the day.
Yusan found out the hard way about that.
What? What happened?
Because when they were streaming last night, they oopsied some sensitive things because they're using one browser for everything.
Oh my God,
so Sen had to clean it up.
What sensitive things?
I'm not gonna say because they're sensitive things.
Oh my God! It's a picture of Michi's butt, isn't it?
No, it was not. It was business related sensitive things.
Then probably don't do that. Dang, good.
Yeah.
You did a good job, Sen.
Why did you remind me, Kanna?
About what? Michi's butt?
Yes.
The poll has ended. 3 people have spoken no. Well, 4 people have spoken no. Whoever these 4 mystery people are, thank you for believing in me.
Why you guys gonna lie to her like that? That's not very nice.
Lie to me.
Yeah. But yes,
Fake
you should
chatter.
1000% have a separate like browser for what you do on stream versus the one you use for like your email and everything else. So that if you want to share something on stream via browser source, you can use that browser instead.
Oh, smart. So I expect my payment within 5 working days. Shh, not here
Well, there we go. See, that mages. Now we know. See, Kanna's out here bribing people. I don't even get paid. She's paying the chatters. I don't even get paid. She's paying the chatters to vote for her in a poll. That tracks. Actually, that's that actually fucking tracks right there. Sounds about
Can
right.
we add that emote? All right, I have to add them.
Wait, no. What you need to do is make Ray
Yes.
the a manager on your 7TV, and then Ray can do the
How
things.
much do I trust Ray?
Just Ray does it for Michi and a bunch of other people. Yeah, add Yamumu as well.
Continue.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, add
with
Ray and
Twitch.
Yamu as
God.
editors or whatever on 7TV, and then you don't have to go hunting for everything.
Me trying to think of how you do that. Wait. I'm receiving signals. I can't find
I'm
it.
pretty sure she. I'm pretty sure. Oh,
Wait. Settings. Editors. Do I add email? Question mark. Is it Twitch username?
you should just be able to sign in through your Twitch.
Emote.
Wait, do you not even
Manage.
have 7TV at all?
Hmm?
Do you? Yeah,
I
because you
think
got
I
that.
do.
You've got the Michi
There,
feed.
Ray,
Yeah, you have to
try it
have
out. Wait. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? She already made Michi an editor on her 7TV. That's why she has the 7TV emotes that she has, guys.
Oh, I did a what now? I did a
Yeah.
what now? No, I did not.
Did you not make Michi an editor on your 7TV?
No. Oh, no. I think not. I just figured out how to do it this exact moment.
Oh, okay.
Wow, the lack of faith. Here. Pharaoh.
Okay, don't.
There you go.
Do not. Okay, good shit.
No, don't
And
give
then
it to
add-
you. You don't want it.
Give it to me. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Give it to Yamu.
I gave it to Ray, Yamu, and Pharaoh.
Perfect. That'll be enough.
Am I smart?
Between the three of us, we can make sure that the emotes that need to be here are here. Go forth,
Am I
creatures. Bring her.
smart?
Which emote was it that you wanted? You did a good thing. Good job. Oh, where's the head pat?
I
Hold on, let me
deserve
give her the
head
head pat
pats.
real quick. Yeah, head pat is coming. Hold on. There it is. Here, head pats. She was good, chat. I have to give her reward. Literally, it's like having a pet, chat. Like honestly. You know, you adopt pets too, guys. You know, it just might not have. You know, she was adopted, but maybe it was more of like a pet adoption than it was like a
Lead mod add. That sounds like a question Pharaoh would.
Can lead mod what?
Add 7TV editor.
Well, no. Because that's not the lead mod isn't tied into that is a Twitch thing, and 7TV is not actually a Twitch thing. Like, it's integrated into Twitch, but my abilities as a lead moderator don't extend to 7TV because 7TV is not affected by they're two separate things. So like if Kanna made me I think there's like a manager role or something like that in 7TV, then I could probably add and remove people from 7TV. But I'm not sure that there's a role like that for 7TV. I've never looked.
I'm just nodding.
Because generally speaking, I outsource my 7TV requirements to people like Ray. If there's or Yamu or somebody else, we'll handle that. See, as Yamu is doing. There we go. 07 saved paid chatter. Yep, we've got the paid chatter email now.
Even though no one is paid chatter here.
There were at least 3 paid chatters in that poll
There
because
were
I know one of
there
those.
were no such thing.
I know one of those no votes was you, and the other 3 had to have been paid chatters.
It could have been anyone, Pharaoh. It could have literally been anyone unpaid.
Mm-hmm.
Could have been anyone at unpaid, might I add. You think I have the money to pay people? Think about it for like a moment, chat. Think.
I mean, you do have a point. You do have a point, man. I don't know.
You have a point. Oh, that's you, chatter, isn't it? I'm just gonna be
She's
here.
paying them in baked goods, chat. She's paying them in baked goods.
I'm just gonna be here. My tiny corner. I'm just gonna be here.
Yeah.
This is not an accurate representation of my height, by the way. I just wanted you to know.
Yes, you're much shorter than that.
Hey!
I'm not wrong. I mean, if we're going by proper scaling, you should be staring at my armpit. Remember, we've already done this.
Then
we've already been through this whole thing. You staring in a concerning way at my armpit.
So accurately,
we like, okay, if you're accurately, then like all we're seeing is like, no, all we'd be seeing is like the top of your ear. Like, I think accurately, if I remember correctly, like the top of your head didn't even go to my shoulder. Like it'd be something like that, basically. Like, it's just
whoever made that height chart is inaccurate. I must say, inaccuracy.
You made it. You made it. What do you mean?
NFS made it.
I'm pretty sure you made it. No,
I'm pretty sure NFS made it. Probably.
NFS, did you make it or did she make it? I was under the impression she made it.
Why would I out myself? Think about it, Fair. Why would I out myself? Thoughts. She remembers. That's impressive. How forgetful do you think I am?
I mean, we just talked about how you write things down and immediately forget them, so.
Because they're written down. Kanna. At least they're saved somewhere.
Sharks, you know.
At least they are stored somewhere. Man. My nose.
I'm glad you're still alive. I would actually be very sad if you were not. Please, if for no other reason, the fact that you would cause me immense sadness, will you try just a little bit harder to not end your existence by accident? Oh,
that's part of my resolution. Wait. I got it. One of the pages. Resolution. Number 1, wear glasses. Wait. Glasses. Number 1, check. Resolution number 2, be healthier. I drank water.
That's
resolution number 3.
Did you take all of your meds today?
Yes.
Good stuff. We're glad to hear you think. Oh, there's that.
I did.
Oh.
I did. Okay. 3, play more games to find what I like. Number 4, restraint. Yeah. I don't remember what restraint for. Posture check. I was crossing my legs. Thank you.
Restraint for restraint?
Yeah, it just says restraint.
I'm confused by that too.
Thank you. Number 5, grow self-confidence. Oh, okay. Number 6, I'll add it right now. What was that? Do not
fucking perish. How about that? Do not perish.
I'm writing it down. Number 6. Wow, 6 swapping resolutions. Ta-da! You guys can't see it, but I'm holding it up like Simba, you know? Like in Lion King.
I am proud of you. I'm very proud of you. Good job. Thank you.
Restraint might have been no more than 4 hours. That she's broken twice. Since making the resolution, question mark.
Sounds about right.
Nah. Yeah, that sounds right.
I mean, the playing games thing is kind of a when time allows, right? I know you're super busy with IRL things a lot of the time, so I mean, you get to playing games when you get to them. Literally, chat. The daily this marks the start of the daily check-ins. Kanna doesn't understand how determined I can be. You did this to yourself, Kanna.
What did I do?
You did this to yourself.
Okay. I had a thought and it dissipated into thin air.
How?
Because I got distracted by my own blinking. Yes,
Midnight, listen, Midnight. I've been showing Kanna a great deal of temperance. I have been trying my best.
I got sprayed.
Good job, Bender. I have been.
What did I do that time?
I have been trying my best.
Yes.
To show her some mercy. That ends after I poisoned myself with yeah, no, she's going to find out. She's going to find out. Bad dog, sit, stay.
God.
Listen to yourself.
Stay. Focus. Focus. What am I focusing on?
Not dying.
Oh,
preferably.
okay.
Surviving.
I'm alive. I would like to sit here and stay still and tell you I'm alive.
So before you caused me to get in call with you and absolutely have a category 1000 crash out about the poison in the spray, what were you planning to do with this stream before that?
Wait, let me try to retrieve memory.
Did you have a plan?
I think I did. The poison might have knocked it all out, but I think
Oh god damn fucking oh.
Yeah, oh my god, that's what I sound like when I inhale the poison. My god, Pharaoh.
Chat, she's zapping my will to live.
No, live, Pharaoh. 2,995 more years to go.
Is it more rat coin? Or are you gonna just yap? Are you gonna?
Coin.
You were having fun with rat coin. It seems like the other day.
I haven't played it again. Me.
I ask because as much as I enjoy interacting with you and being your content, it is 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my god, you should sleep.
Pharaoh's kind of tired. So I'm trying to
Weren't you going to sleep?
I'm trying
Weren't you going to sleep an hour ago?
I desperately I really need to sleep.
Should sleep. You're starting to hallucinate a little bit. You're seeing the sixth dimension. Maybe not the forever sleep, but you should probably sleep, Pharaoh.
I got some really potent ibuprofen. You ever seen that 45 caliber ibuprofen? It's good shit.
It's okay, Pharaoh. I understand that being here must be so relaxing for you. You should sleep.
Yes.
Don't cry. Pharaoh, I've missed you so much. I've been playing your voice thingy so much, Pharaoh.
Dude, chat, I can't tell if she's a sadist or a masochist because she told me when we talked yesterday that this whole time she's been like playing that voice recording on repeat, and I'm like, "Are you okay, girl? Are you feeling all right? Isn't it?"
I'm so lonely.
Like, yeah, but that doesn't mean you have to torture yourself with Pharaoh Catman noises. Like,
I was so lonely.
And then I'm like, and she's like,
to a person.
The thing that gets me, right? So she's all like, yeah, so I was listening to your voice recording, and I'm just like, girl, there's this thing, it's called Discord. You type on it and you say, Pharaoh, I'm lonely, I need company, and I go, cool. You're not bugging me. You're not bugging me. You've been told that you have priority authorization to like ping me. I
I
told
have
you
a
that. Write it
license to
down.
ping.
Write it down.
Write it down.
Write it down. Because
Write it
apparently you keep
down.
forgetting. Because I've told you that it's fine. You're not bothering me. If I'm busy, I will let you know, and then I'll get back to you. But like, you know.
Words to write. Oh, ping license acquired. Yeah, huh. Okay, I wrote it down. You should sleep. You're losing
Yes,
sanity as we speak for no reason.
What do you mean? There is absolutely none left at this point. I like whatever sanity I still had in
I'll
my.
give you some back. Should I share some of mine?
Like you
You
have
want
any?
some? I've plenty. Plenty.
So you've got like you've got sanity, but it's like the light beer of sanity. You know what I'm saying? It's like decaf sanity.
But it's still sanity.
It's like it's like non-alcoholic beer sanity. It's spiked sanity. That's really what it is. Yeah, if I took any of Kanna's sanity, Lord only knows where I'd wake up.
What if I'm contagious? What if my sanity is contagious?
You are definitely contagious. That is already been. We've already. we have already ascertained that you are in fact contagious. Okay, go play Recoin or something. Go do entertaining chat things. I'm gonna go do a couple of admin things, and then I'm gonna go fall on my face.
Okay, chat, say good night to Pharaoh.
Good night, chat.
Night, Pharaoh.
Make sure she doesn't eliminate her. Make sure she doesn't eliminate herself from the gene pool while I'm away. You are now in charge of dog sitting.
One day there will be more of me from the gene pool, whatever that means. English difficult. Good night, Pharaoh.
Oh, the terror. The terror.
Good night, Pharaoh.
Good night. Or good afternoon. Goodbye.
Wait, I'm gonna take a sip of water because I should drink. I need water, apparently. Water is next to me. Okay. We'll try to keep her from going to the other side. Okay, hydrate. Thank you for keeping me alive, chat. I learn new things on the daily. You would think by now I would run out of things to learn. But you teach me so many things. Now what? Well, Pharaoh told me to play Ratcoin. I'll just play Ratcoin. I don't remember. Okay. Oh. Do you think my brain is normal, chat? I wouldn't know how other people's brains work. I've never had another brain. No. Define normal. I don't know. I just thought that the way I think and the way I work are the way other people work too. How could I have known that it was not? Strange. No. That's definitely not the case. Oh. Yeah, it's a game where you push coins and you hear the sound of the coins. And then it sounds amazing. Let's see. This one, I think. Oh. think this goes here. Probably. Me trying to set up the thing be like... Ah, that's why. Okay. Wait, I know you can't see what I'm doing yet, but like, wait. Oh my lord. Sometimes, even I think I'm funny. That's not good, is it? Okay. Wait, I need to shrink. Chat, I think. Wow, you know what would help? If I just make another scene for games. That way I don't have to do this manually every single time. That would be wonderful, wouldn't it? I think. Wait. I don't think... Should I shrink the thing? I should totally shrink the thing. Here? Maybe a 1? Okay. Refresh. I think the word you're looking for is typical. Normal can be relative, but typical person doesn't think the same. Huh. Okay. Wait, can someone chat so that I know chat is the right size? It always resets when I resize it. Beep boop. Beep boop. Is that the right size? Okay lah. Okay lah. Thank you, chat. You're so wonderful and sweet. Wow. Wait, what was I doing again? Oh, shrinking. I should shrink. 2. Somewhere. Should I be over there? Here? Okay, should I be here? Or should I be under you? Thoughts? Go back to your actual size. I'm actually... This is my... I was here last time, right, chat? Probably. Okay. Me. What was I doing again? Ah. There we go. Okay. We're gonna play a rat coin, chat. Does that mean I have to change the game on Twitch? That's a thing, isn't it? Yes? No? Maybe? Mayhaps? Okay. Wait. Chat. Pop out so I can see. Thoughts? There. Again, I talk as if you can see what I'm doing. When clearly you can't. Okay. I think... Did it work? It's not set up. What else did I do wrong? No, I swear. Didn't we set it up last time? Set game? Yes? No? We do not? Wait! Didn't we set that up last time? Didn't we give the permission? Okay. Stream information. Okay. Oh. Okay. Boop. Didn't we give the permission for the stream element bot thing? Rat coin. Okay. Done. There we go. Eventually. Look at all the mods never getting the permissions that they need. Yippee! Okay. Chat, I may have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I've been drinking a lot. Did you know that drinking makes you go to the bathroom? Man. And I'll stretch in the meantime. Okay, I'm gonna go pee. Be right back. I'm back. Okay, I almost knocked the broom over, but I didn't. Should just put it here. Here. Yeah, okay lah. Okay. My brother texted me. Well, I just saw it when I went to the bathroom. My brother texted me. My brother said, I'm going on a date with my girlfriend, so I'm leaving. Adios. Man. I'm left all alone. Okay, wait. Okay. Anna's been sick this whole time, so I can... Wait, no, but I swear, Yamu, I thought we fixed that already. To be fair, I thought we fixed it. Okay, chat, we're playing Raccoon. If you haven't seen this game, do you know those games where you're at the arcade and you see people like putting coins in? Trying to like get more coins, and I assume more coins means more ticket, means more reward, question mark? Did we get skin? Oh no, we did not. We'll just keep the bunny. Okay. Okay, you thought wrong. Okay. Is it... Last time, I think the maximum is like 15 rounds. We got to round 10 last time. I think. So this time, let's see if we can actually make it past round 10. I don't remember what these are. We're just gonna play. I'll follow you if you beat the... Adios then. That's probably not gonna happen, is it? Okay. I forgot the controls. Okay, wait. Q, E. They're right there. Okay, so the goal is to get 35 coins, is it? Q and E shoot to either ends. Right? And then you do this. If you shoot both, they kind of stop at the middle. Ayo! Oh. Okay. Oops. If you do them too fast, then they just stack on top of each other. See, chat? Who played this for 12 hours? Wait, if I have any coins in hand, they don't get carried over, right? So I should just do that. Right? Man can't even sleep. Pharaoh. Poor Pharaoh. Wait. Oh. This is the part where I'm supposed to be smart and get something, right? While in play, you get score rate. Blue coin. This one was funny. Relic coin. I still don't know what this does. Honestly, genuinely, I still don't know what that does. I have... Oh, okay. I have limited amount of tickets, so I should be smart. Right? Huh. Fishbone. Chat. I wish I remember what to do, but I don't know, so I'll just click. What are the chances of me getting bankrupt, really? A lot, Kanna. Actually, a lot. Okay. Should I get another thing? I should save some tickets and be smart. My mod sense is tingled. Okay. The first rounds are always so doable, and then they get insanely difficult. Okay, beep. Can you actually play this for 12 hours straight? Is that... A wise thing to do? Question mark. Yippee! Free coins. Okay. Okay. Okay, and then enter shop. Right. Am I smart? Possible, yes. That's the point of roguelike. Did you know that this is probably the first roguelike game I've ever played, you know, chat? You know? I feel like I haven't played that many games before. What was the difference between roguelike and roguelike again? Oh, coin. Aw, man. Okay. When in doubt, just buy. Oh, and then this one. Should I get this one? What's this? 40% chance for coins to give +1. Shopping coupon. Oh! 3 bars of spin energy. That sounds nice. I think. Get this. And then... this. And then this. Okay la. Black hole! I wish I had enough money for that. Dang. I like the black hole. What is that? Disable the second wheel? That sucks. I forgot. Wait, this is already round 3? No wonder the bad coins are here. Posture check, you're right. You're right, I was crossing my legs. How did you know? If I push it there, I should probably push the bad luck thing, right? Right. Am I even gonna make it to 150? Oh, but what if I just explode things? Okay. Okay, wait. Aim. Was that of any help? No. Okay, wait. 90. Okay. 60 more. Wait for it. Okay. It jumped! Okay, wait. What if I just make things explode? Or is that a waste? Huh? Free coins! Let's go! Wow. I don't even know how that happened. Okay. I don't know what that means. Oh, I should have aimed it elsewhere, huh? Okay, but I can still exchange, so it's okay. I think. How do we exchange again? Is this spacebar? Yep. Oh no. What if I just do this forever? I'll need food eventually, right? Roguelike makes you start from square one with nothing each round. But roguelite have permanent upgrades and progression. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I forgot to use up the coins in hand. Aha! Wait, that was expensive as heck! Dang it. That was so pricey! What the hell? Man, now I'm broke-ish. Eesh. Oh, this one is nice, I think. What's this one? Huh? Spawns Coinado. After 12 coins are inserted, moves towards scoring zone. Is that a good thing? That's probably a good thing. But it's expensive. Do I just spend all my money? Wait, I don't have room. No, wait, I do have room. Wait, thoughts? Okay. Do I go for chips or do I go for this? Or do I keep my money? 25% chance. This one is not really... This one would be... Wow. What if I just run out of money? Yes. I did get bonus coins. Yippee! Ugh. I forgot how this game just makes me zone out, chat. I've always seen this game at the arcades. Have you guys seen it? And I've always wondered how the heck, because it doesn't feel like it's, what is it called? It kind of doesn't feel like it's possible to win in it. You know what I mean? Like, you would have to spend a lot of coins, is what I feel. Meep moop. But here, I'm not spending real money, so I feel less guilty. Question mark? Oh, definitely this one. I don't have a thing! Ugh! Oh, but I can sell. Oh. I want it! You want it? I hate this. Ugh. I want this one though. I can't buy the expansion because I'm poor. Man. Coins gain plus when a prize. Oh. Each conversion. Probably this one. This one? I've never used this one before. It's more rigged. Wait, they can rig it? They get rigged in arcades? Seriously? How do they rig it? Putting in less coins? How the heck? What? Are you telling me it's a scam? Actually? I should save money. That's how they make their money, by rigging arcade games. Aw? Oh! I love free coins. I really want that bad coin to go away. But it's at the corner. How do I do that then? Is it pushing it? It's kinda not pushing it, huh? You got nothing! Oh, I hate that. Come on! Dang it! Okay, what if I just explode it? What if I just explode it? Wait for it. Or this one would be wiser. Maybe this one would be wiser? Question mark? That one? No? Can you go that way towards the bad coins? Oh, it doesn't move. I thought a tornado is supposed to move away. To that side. Is it just gonna be there until that... Huh? Well, I don't get how that works. What the heck? Is it just there? It's never going away? Oh, you need... Huh? Alright. Okay, so it needs to absorb more coins. Then it'll go away. Question mark? Huh. Every 12 coins. Ah, okay. But I'm poor. Okay. Alright, wait. Thinking. Do you know the amount of brain cells it takes for me to think? Chat. Huh. I don't think I'm gonna reach 800. What if we just exploded, honestly? I should have aimed. Did you know that you have to aim, chat? Did you know that you have to aim? I hate my life. I hate my... And the coin is... What if I just kill it, honestly? What if I just kill it with this? But... it's so annoying though. I was saving it for the next thing, but what if I don't make it to the next thing? You're so smart. Bonus... Yeah. Okay, what if we get the whole thing down? The ball thing down. I forgot where the thing that makes it giant went. It must be in there somewhere. It's in there somewhere. Come on. Woo! Okay. I don't know if I want that right now. Why isn't... Can you kill the other thing, please? Thank you! Finally! Only took me 2 rounds, jeez. Okay. We can make it, right? We can make it. 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 I believe. I believe. I believe. I believe in the power of belief. Wait. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, wait. Don't fall, please. Don't fall yet. Ah! You murderer! It's a future Kanna problem, you're so right. Combo duration, right? I think that's always nice. When you use a prize, 40% chance to spawn. Oh, okay. 2 free rerolls. I think this one. I think combo duration is always nice. Okie dokie. Have more money this time, chat. Have more money. What's this one? Consumes 20% of balance. Coin in selected area. I mean, that sounds good, right? Probably sounds good. Wait, how much money do I have? Should I go this? For like, as like a bankruptcy backup plan? Apply times 3 value. Oh. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I don't know. Just baila. How much money should I keep, chat? Do you think keeping money is a wise decision? Should I just get this as like a backup plan? Should I just get this? Did you know that I think I like buying things? What is that? Please don't die! No! No! Stupid killer thing. Why couldn't it die before? Gosh dang it. Retail therapy is pretty fun. Now if only there weren't so many freaking bad coins around here, chat. Wow. Why are there so many? Usually only 3 spawn, no? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Oh man. I don't know what this does. I still don't know what that does. 8. Yippee! They had the turtle coin. That's a bad thing, right? It's a bad coin. I wish they would go away. And I don't think I have the thing that needs to get it away. Ugh. Exchange. Okay, wait. Maybe that side. I think. Okay. Okay. Okay, can you yeet? Yeet. Please go away. Can you please go away? Ouch. Gosh dang it. Whee. This doesn't help. Neither does this. Does it? It should have helped. I should have just put that in. Aya. Oh, because I have 2 of these, the raccoon's paw, does that mean I have like a 50% chance? Instead of 25? Is that how it works? It stacks, right? No? 25% chance of getting twice. How the heck are we gonna get to 1,800? Actually, thoughts? Okay, what if I just do that? I don't think we're gonna make it, chat. Wait, no, we have the bankruptcy thing, so it's okay. We have the bankruptcy thingamajig. You know the thing that when you go bankrupt, you get the cookies? Right? So that's a backup plan. So that's okay. Aya. Okay. 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 Wait. Oh, okay, wait. I wish I can have 1 billion coins. Oh, almost. It's almost gone. I don't know why I'm so hyper fixated on getting it like off my thing. But bad coins give me bad juju, chat. Go away! Holy crap! Can you please just fall already? Hello? We did it! Yee! Chat! Yup. Everything is automatically better. Everything is automatically better. Drop coins in the selected area. Oh! Okay. Oh, it's auto... It also triggers the auto fill thingamajig. Huh. Oh yeah, because it's empty. Chat. I'm out of coins again. Yippee! But I'm still out of coins. Aw? Prize bomb! Oh, it's a black hole! Holy crap. Wait, what if I exchange? Please push it down. Thank you. Can you please push it down? Thank you. Okay, wait. Okay. It's okay. That's progress. Should have been smarter with that, huh? Chat. Fall. Okay, wait. What's this thing again? Coins and selected area. Wait, but I'm almost done. We did it. Okay. I don't know how, but we did it, chat. Sometimes you just need to let it happen. That's true. The area of effects from prizes are expanded. Oh, like from the black hole thing. +1 coin in shop. Ooh. Maybe this one. Or this one. I don't think I've ever hit the limit, but maybe that would be nice. Unlimited things are great. On exchange, scores nearby coins. Huh? On exchange, scores nearby coins with a higher value. Oh, this one is nice. Silver paint. Maybe silver paint. We see. Okay, maybe this one because we have 2 of them. So we can do that one. And the UFO color, actually, that's genius. It's the thing that like you when you sell things, you can get things, right? You can call the UFO and it'll come and it'll suck things up. That's great. Okay, actually, chat, what if we're doing wonderful? I still don't get what this means. Scores nearby coins with ayala. Every time brain too much. Should I buy a vertical? No. Yes? No? Should I re-roll? I do have money. Do I spend it all? Do I re-roll? Re-roll, maybe? This one is cheap. Cheap la, okay la. What's this one? What's this one? Gain 30% of balance. 30% of ticket balance. Oh. So if I'm rich in tickets, I would be so rich. Huh. Huh. This one was nice. Huh. Hmm. 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 30%. If I have a lot of tickets, that's quite a lot. Maybe this one then. YOLO! This is how my brain works. I end up just YOLOing things and not thinking too much. Okay, okay. Should I... Should I re-roll? Should I stop? I should stop. Or re-roll. 3 rounds. Okay, I think we're fine. Chat! Look how much coins we got! For free! For free, chat. Oh wait, if I get that... Here, I don't know where. I don't know. We'll just put it there. Okay. Just in case that thing falls. Right. Yippee! And I got another prize ball. Yippee! What? Consumes 20% of balance. Should I just use it? Question mark. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I like that thing. Okay. Okay. Well, I need to... Oh, wait. I still have things in hand. I have to push that side? Question mark. Okay. And then... push it in the middle? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? You know, I realize when I play... my head is empty, isn't it? My head is actually empty, isn't it? Okay. Should I? Should I? I still have a lot of exchanges. I don't think I need it, probably. Okay, okay, wait. Wait. You play purely by vibes. How else do people play? Do people actually think about it? That sounds wiser, not gonna lie. Nine, have fun. Thank you. Have a good evening. I'm out of coins again. What if I'm just addicted to, like, shooting out the coins, you think? Spin, please. Another prize ball. What is that? Oh, that's the... okay. Wait. Did you know that I forgot to charge my phone? And now the tracking. Yeah. Are you charging phone? Are you charging phone? Eh? Okay, sure. There. Wait. I just want to make sure my phone is charging. Yep. All good. I should have charged my phone. Charging my tummy with lunch. Lunch! What are you having? Why does food sound amazing right now? Okay. Okay. What if I just do this? And summon a UFO? Yippee! I'm not gonna make it, am I? Wait. Another prize ball. What is that? Strongly shake the cabinet. Okay. Okay, wait. Aya. Okay, wait. I still don't know how to use the fishbone correctly. But is it better than nothing? See this one. Or just sell. Thoughts? Free to remove. Okay. Okay. 1,000. Do you think we can do it? Do you think we can do it, actually? Okay. I only have one exchange left. I'm gonna die, aren't I, chat? I'm gonna die. Wait. Is it positive thinking, negative thinking, or realistic thinking? Push. Push. Ah, round cleared. How? What the heck? Huh? How did I get that? Chat, I have no idea what happened. What? How did I... Wasn't there 1,000 to go? Did I? Am I a genius? Actually, am I a genius and I never knew? What's this? When copper becomes blub blub. Ah? What does that mean? Aya. Just buy first lah. Yeah, okay lah. Okay lah. Let's go with that. Yeah, I think there was like big value coins hidden underneath. I don't know. I don't know. I forgot what the score rate does, not gonna lie. I don't think I want this. Bye. Not that I know what I want in return. +2. I still don't know what this means. Should I get this? Should I re-roll? Thoughts? Eh. White hole. Also white hole. I liked this one before. This or this? I kind of like chocolate box. Hee 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 hee. What's this? +6. Red packet! I couldn't get this before. Why not? Converts coins in selected area into random coins of the same rarity? Yeah, okay lah. Maybe the coins are stacked with... yeah, true. True, that's true. That's true. Oh, this one was also nice. Should I just upgrade? Is that crazy? Should I be wiser with my spending, you think, chat? Value times debt. Whoa! +20. I'm out of spaces. This one, maybe? This one, no? Huh. Radiation is a good thing? Question mark. Value times debt at round start. Debt +15%. When scored, lose. That doesn't sound. -70. What? Confusion. Spending wisely sounds like the work of someone not playing by vibes. No, really, actually, like, how else are you supposed to play this? Whoa! I don't even know what's happening, but a lot of things are happening right now. A lot of things are happening right now. And I don't even know what. Okay. 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 I'm getting a lot of coins. I don't really get it. But I always like more coins. Whoa! 10,000 though. Do you think we can get there? Oh, this one. Okay. Oh, wait. Another prize ball. Oh, I'll just pause it then. So many thingies. UFO? Wow! I just like it when there's so many coins falling that I don't know what to do with them. Yippee! Do you think having a... Do you think that was a wise decision? Probably. Probably? I don't know. Here? Random coins of the same rarity. I don't know what that means. Maybe later then. Whoa. Can't believe we haven't gotten a tower yet. Azula, thank you so much for subbing. And that was good luck because I just got 40 coins. Whoa, that's what this one. There. Is that a wise decision? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Me. Right? When has it ever gone this well, chat? When has it ever gone this well? Oh. What's this one again? Detonates all the... This one is... shaking. I think shaking would be nice. Probably. Huh? Oh, we're so close. We're actually so close, chat. Yay! I actually don't know how we got to 10,000. That's crazy. Don't jinx it when it's going so well. Okay. Whoa! What's this? At round end, if current scores 120%. Oh. I don't think I can do that, can I? Do I believe in myself enough? Probably not, chat. Probably not. Okay, wait. I already have this, so buy. What's this one? When spawn, gains value equal to 12 times the highest sale price. Among coins in clip. 2, 8, 2, 6, 4. 12 times 8 was it? So 48? Is my mathing, chat? Is my mathing? Question mark. Did I buy this? When did I buy that? Huh. Okay. I bought that? When did that happen? Wow. My brain working in real time. Yeah, okay lah. Okay lah. Should I buy this? Believe in yourself. Like me believing in you believing... I do. When you're buying up everything you could afford. That happened? Huh. re-roll. Do you think re-rolling is a wise decision, chat? Surely. Oh, this one was also nice, probably. Eh? Okay lah, I already had one. I still don't get what that means. Oh, consumes half tickets and plus. Okay, okay, chat. That seems like a wise decision. Probably. Wait, I want that. What's this? Plus 30 value for all coins in play, but minus 4. Rain. Okay. Should I expand? No. Should I? No. Because there's this one. Right? Because this one. Right. I need money. Okay. Okay, wait. Locked by... What the freak? The lock coin is here. What the hell? That sucks. What the heck? That means I need to get rid of them. Wow. Do you know so many things are happening, but I don't know what's happening. Where are all the bad coins? 1, 2... No. This one? Where's the other one? They must be hiding somewhere. I don't believe for like 1 second. And why the heck isn't it autofill? Isn't it supposed to autofill? Question mark. I wish those things would go away. Bad coins. Okay, wait. Can believe. I think if we push here. Ooh, so close. So close. Not very close, actually. Okay, wait. Ugh. I lost all my prize balls too. That sucks. Okay. They're almost gone, right? If those things fall, I can use my thing again. Okay, one more. Please fall. Ugh. Okay. How much is this one worth? 3,000. Oh, okay. Okay, I just need to push that thing down, probably. Is it done? Can I use it again? Yippee! Okay. All the bad coins are gone. Bleep boop. I think if I push that down, it'll be okay. Aya. It'll probably be okay. Oh. I don't know. What the heck? I have no idea what happened. Plus 40. What the actual heck? And then if I do this... Right? There. I'll pretend like I know what happened. Okay. What if I just... equal to the tickets consumed here? Hamster unlocked. What's that? Okay. If I just push the middle section down, I think I'll be rich. Fishbone. Okay. Okay. Okay, what if I do this? Eee. Okay, okay. Hacksaw. +2 for each coin. Here. That just gave me more money, didn't it? Okay, okay. I think if we just push the middle section down, chat, I think we'll get somewhere. I still don't know what that fishbone is for. Not gonna lie. Like, I know what it's for. But does it... I don't know how to use it so that it helps me. Does that make sense, chat? Buy 3 times value. Ooh. Ooh. What is that? 826? Where did that come from? Huh? Yippee! Okay. Am I? Please fall down! Middle section. Holy crap. Physical barrier. Right. Right. If I put it here, would it mean then everything will go to the middle, chat? $4,000 to go. Is this even possible? Okay. Wow, okay. Do I just sell things so that the UFO will come? Would that help me? Okay. Okay. Summon UFO. And then autofill. There's still an empty section right there, good sir. Hello? That one is still the 800 one, isn't it? 600? Please be good! Ah! It's so hard to get the second wheel. What the heckies? Okay. We might make it. Maybe? How much is that? 500. Ugh! Be good! Man. Man. Autofill is supposed to fill it a lot, right, chat? Right, chat? Okay. Okay. Man. Eep. I'm so impatient and I can tell. The most impatient player in history. Okay. Okay. Love how I don't have any more. Oh, 800 more. 800 more. Thinking. I'm thinking. Should I just sell stuff? Should I exchange or sell stuff? Thoughts? It's just a tiny bit more. It's kind of bugging me. What is this? Okay. Should I? Okay. I'll do this and summon the thing and hope for the best. Not gonna lie, this is the only plan I have. If this doesn't do it, I actually genuinely don't know what will. Please! Please! A little bit more, please! Ah! Please. We might make it, chat. What if we make it? What if there's hope? Is there? Is it? Come on! Go! Yo, okay. I gently thought we were gonna die. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Man. Thank you for the head pat. Okay. I genuinely thought we weren't gonna make it, chat. Aww. Shop coupon. Maybe portrait? 40% sounds nice. Right? This is a wonderful game. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. What's this? Attracts coins. Huh. Should I just shop for everything again, chat? Okay. I don't know. Black hole. I've ever done like builds. Oh, they're builds. On exchange, ships with a round effect have a chance to. Chips with a round effect will have a chance. There are actually builds for this game? Seriously? I need to stop doing this. Do you think I'm on a shopping spree? Maybe. Frame 3 to 6. Consumes 20%. Oh, this one was like... So 20% of 800 would be 800 divided by 5. Which would be something... 160? No? Yes? No? 160... I don't know. Okay. I'm stop being silly. When have I ever? When have I ever, chat? I don't have any thingies right now. Should I just get this? Should I get this? Yeah, okay lah. It'll work itself out somehow, chat. It'll probably maybe work itself out somehow. I believe. Here, sure. Why not? You ask that and proceed to laugh, gremlin like. What do you mean? I don't even know what you mean. Okay. Is it wrong if I just keep selling things? If I just keep selling things and summoning the UFO? Whoa. I just like shooting things, I think. Whoa. Okay. Alright. Can I please have a tower? Can I please have a tower? Holy crap! Chat! Chat, holy crap, wait. That's amazing. I need 10 of those. Holy oh no! That's so cool! Holy crap. Holy actual crap. Is it gonna fall? Like immediately? Why? It just kept going forward. It just kept going forward. Okay. Prize ball. Oh. And then do that. Right, chat? Right, chat? What if I do this? Oh, and then it spawned again. Man. Autofill. That's crazy. Only 8. That's okay. 8 is nice too. Sometimes 8 coins can be a game changer, chat. Sometimes 8 coins can be a game changer. How much is this worth? 3. Huh. Long neck sweeps around. What does that even mean? Okay. I think you're supposed... Okay. We're gonna push it down. We're gonna push it down, chat. We're gonna push it down. Come on. Okay. The slowest descent ever. What's that? What did I get that time? Red packet? Sure. Is it hard to push? Is it because it's heavy, chat? I think it's heavy. I think it's just blocking the way, no? What's this? Did that just make it really big? Holy shit! Wait. Yes, it's going around, right? Do you think if I summon a thing? Yeah, you're right. Wait. Long neck sweeps around twice. What the heck? Okay, what if I just... Would it push it? What the heck? No? What the heck? How the heck do you push that thing down then? How the freak? What the actual heck? Huh. How? What? Would I need another tower to push it down? That stack is really taunting me, not gonna lie. What's this? Among the point in the clip. Huh. Okay. How the heck am I supposed to push that thing down? And why was it moving forward so easily at the start? I feel like I've been lied to. And also the UFO is like kind of blocking the prize balls, huh? Okay, I need to think about this. Maybe a black hole would help, no? Right? Huh. Okay. Maybe if I just sell things. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Here we go. It's still not... That's a mountain of coins, chat. If that doesn't push it down, actually nothing's gonna push it down. Actually... Oh, wait. Okay, what if I just black hole the shit? Yep. Holy shit. I wish I had... that's a heck of a lot. Holy crap. God dang. Wow. Overachieving much. That's crazy. 161,000. Dang. Holy crap. Holy actual crap. What the heck? That's crazy. Is there anything that I don't need? Huh. Plus 8. 2 coins. Maybe this for this? I don't know. I don't know. Bad coin in 2 rounds. Mini modifier. That sucks. I wish there's the killer thing. Okay. Okay. Sure. Giant! That's what I need. I already have one, so... Plus 3% conversion rate. I love how my brain... 5 autofills triggered for this round. Score rate times... Whoa! Wait, this might actually be so smart. Wait. Okay, have we triggered more than 5? Surely? Surely? Question mark? Surely? Probably? Makasih ya, Beb. Hi, Zane. Hi, Zane. Wow. What happened just now, chat? What happened? Do you know? I feel like something just happened, but I don't know either. Okay, wait. What if? What if not this, but like this? Right? Every 10 coins score plus 1, 2... Oh! That one is also nice. Okay, wait, chat. Thoughts? Okay. Plus spin energy. I think spin energy is nice. This one. Maybe. Because I always run out of things. Oh, this one is also... how about one break? Would that... Does that matter? Scale of 1 to 10. I don't know. Ooh. Hee. Did I buy enough, you think? Should I buy more? I don't notice it if it's 5 triggers. I've gotten so used to the notification, I don't notice it. Wow. You know, if you don't notice it, Dark, maybe it shouldn't even be there. It's okay, it doesn't... What if it doesn't even need to be there anymore? Right, chat? Should I re-roll? No, I should save some for this, right? Okay. Come on. Why did I do that time, chat? What did I do that time? What did I... Oh, I just got it again. Whoa! What if I just keep doing that over and over again? Don't take my notif... Zane. Do you really enjoy the notification that much? Surely not, right, chat? Surely not. Should I just make it explode, you think? What's this again? What if I want to try triggering the autofill 5 times? Was it above 5 times? Right. So, should I... Or do I do this first? In the middle? In the middle. Okay. Wow, I just keep getting those, huh? Oh! Then it would... Okay, it would shave my balance away, but I would keep gaining value. So is it worth it? What am I... I just got that again. What's this? Alright. Rain it? Okay, sure. And then I just get it again. That's crazy. Look at the amount of balls I have. Holy crap. Holy crap. Wait, what if I just use it? But then I'll run out of coal. But. Equal to the consumed. Equal to the consumed. Wait, I should do something first before I do that, right? I feel like all these prizes are driving me crazy. They're tempting me to do things I wouldn't usually do. Right, chat? I wanna get the black hole. Okay. Look at how much rich thingies I have. I could just sell those. Wait. Should I use it? Should I sell? No, wait. I'll sell this first. But there's so many. Okay, wait. Okay, wait. Pace yourself, Kanna. You're getting excited because there's a lot of shiny things around. And you're gonna do a whoopsie. Just stay calm. Stay calm, Kanna. It's okay. Holy shit. I should have used it. God dang it. I knew it. God dang it. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna UFO everything. Because why not? I knew it. What the heck is that? Sure. There's so many things, chat. There's so many things. There's so many things, chat. It's gonna fall, isn't it? Fall. I want the black hole, though. Dang. Rain. No more? Oh, and more coins. Wow. Okay. What if I sell this though? Oh, okay. How many autofills have I triggered? That's the second. Yes, no? Okay. Let's try pushing that corner. Right, chat. Where the black hole is. Because if I get the black hole and then there's a 40% chance it's gonna... Here, maybe? I don't know. And it appears again. Of course. What's this? Strongly shake. Okay, shake. I kinda like that. I kind of like that. I should sell this. Okay. Oh, right, there's this thing. That makes everything humongous. I like that. Okay. Wait, I already reached the goal. Chat, why did no one tell me? When did I reach the goal? That's crazy. Chat. Okay. I don't know what happened, but somehow we got through that. What's this again? Per prize ball. That sounds like a wise decision. Probably. Oh, okay. Plus 50. Yeah, okay. Okay. Emits laser. Where coin lands, converts nearby to silver. When any of it is scored, 1%. Okay. That sounds wonderful. Probably. I don't know. Sure. I don't know. White hole. What's this? What's this? Right, the rich doll. Should I save money, chat? Aww. 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 Oh. Oh, yes. Oh, this is next round. The mini thing is gonna appear. Oh gosh, dang it. I do have the exploding ones. Okay. Should I get another exploding one just in case? 25 for a reroll. Isn't that a ripoff? Okay. Okay, let's just see how it goes. See, stupid mini thing. Explode. Do I have to exchange for it to explode? Yep. Where's more of the thingies? Stupid mini coins. Explode. One more. Gosh dang it. Okay. Okay. I just want the mini one to go away. And maybe if I push that side constantly. Here? I don't know. Oh, right. Okay. The bad coin is almost gone. We got this, chat. We got this. We got this, chat. Is it gone yet? I can't tell. I genuinely can't tell. Come on. Is it gone? I can't tell. Is it gone? No? I think it's gone. I think we did it. I think we did it, chat. Are we getting a tower? Yippee! Chat, we got a tower. Let's go. Beep, 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 beep. Chat. 150k! I just noticed. Whoa. Holy crap. Okay. I don't know. +2 for each coin. Sure. Whoa. Love how I don't know what's going on. But I hear a lot of coins and I like the sound of it. This tower is moving forward. Wow, the coins at the top part though is kind of gone. Maybe I push. Okay. I actually accidentally exchanged, didn't I? Should fill that side. And maybe this side. Maybe more the middle, huh? Oh! Chat! Holy crap! Chat. We just got 125 coins falling out of heaven. Holy crap. Holy actual freaking crap. Oh, that's crazy. Oh no, I like the sound of the coins, chat. Oh no, holy crap. Wait, I have to use up all the coins before I leave. Holy crap, wait for it. Okay. Dude! Guys! Whoa! We actually made it past round 10 this time. We're already past round 12. What the heck? Oh no, this is fun. Okay. Angry blowfish or black card, I think. If it has like a blue frame thing, does it mean it's more rare? Chat. This one, right? Probably? This one? Wait. If I use the rich thingy or a black hole thingy, this one expands. Yeah. No, chat. That was a wise decision, right, chat? You're with me, right? You're with me. Right, chat? Oh my god, and this one is... Oh. That's like a make it or break it thing. I get poor after using this, right? Correct? Chat. I like this game. Is it the sound of the coins? When everything goes ding 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 and everything is flashing and I like it. Oh, sure. This one or this one? Shake, pause. Pause, shake. We noticed. You did? I kind of feel noticed now. I forgot I had this. Huh. Okay. I keep buying this one because, you know, to sell. If I'm just selling, I could get a cheaper one. Value not... I still don't know what it means, you know, right? Just 2 rounds left. Do you think... No, wait. I shouldn't jinx it. I'm just gonna do my best, chat. I'm just gonna do my very bestest. I don't know which to get. Oh, apply 3 times value, okay? What if I just do this and then I sell it and then I buy this? Thoughts? Did I just big brain? Who knows? I guess we'll posture check. You're right. I was crossing my legs. What the heck is this? Why the heck is it shaped like lips? Who has lips like that? Hydrate, you're right. You're so right. Okay. Okay, we got this, chat. Probably we got this. Or should I just buy another one of it? Okay. Okay. Don't be greedy. Chat! What the heck? Huh? What is that? Oh my god. What the actual heck? What the heck? How do we move that? What the heck is a monitor window? Why is it here? Okay, wait. I can't even see where I'm aiming with the thing. I can't see. can't see jack shit. What? Okay. What the heck? Oh, what the heck? What's this? Value? Maybe that side then? Okay. What's this again? Every 10 coins scored plus 1 to... Oh, that's why it keeps having so many coins in hand. I forgot I got that. Okay, what if I just do this? I can't even... It's blocking the UFO. That's crazy. Oh, that's not gonna move, is it? Oh, that tower's not gonna move, is it, chat? I gotta do that. Holy crap! Oh my god. That autofill is doing nothing. That's crazy. Okay, at least I can see things again. Huh. What's this? I don't think I need that. I think while in play, probably. I don't know. Oh, red packets, sure. All right, this. Oh. Okay, so I just need to shoot that in, right, chat? Right. How does one shoot it in? What was this again? +2. Oh. What's that? Oh, the same thing. I should just use it. Oh. I think this has the most. Gila. Okay. How the heck are you gonna reach 300,000, chat? Set coins in the area. 10,000. Does that mean they're all 10,000? Oh my god, wait, chat, did I just do a big brain move? Actually, what? Wait. I think I just set all the middle ones to 10,000. Oh. Now I just have to push it all down, huh, chat? Okay. Wait a minute. Can I just do this? Oh my god! Chat, what if I'm actually a genius? What if I'm... That balanced doll thing is crazy. Wow. I don't know which part here. Okay. I need... If I get that again... Oh. Chat, if I get that again... Oh, I should push that down. Somehow. Wait. I should actually just push that down. Holy crap, wait. Oh my god, wait. I need to push that down. Wait, chat. We might actually... What if we actually... Chat. Chat. What if... Oh my god. Wait, we might actually make it without even needing it. Actually, chat. Actually, hello. Holy crap. Wait. I need to use up all the coins before the round ends. Okay. Obtained. Wonderful. Wonderful. I should just shoot to the corner. Hello? Oh my god, chat! We might make it! Wait, holy crap! You surprise yourself being smart. I don't know what happened. Chat. I don't know what happened. Guys. What if? Oh. I'm enjoying this way too much, chat. I'm enjoying this way too much. I can tell. What's this? Why is it X though? Okay. Is this useful? Is this? Yep. This one, I do have a lot of coins in hand, so I never have to worry about exchanging. Thus, do I really need this? Buy first thing later la. Right, chat? Buy first thing later. That's my life motto. Oh, but do I need this? Random coin. Unique. The UFO is crazy, I tell you. Beep boop. Do I need a random coin? My thing is usually full though. Per remaining exchange. No, let's try it. Okay. Oh, rich doll. Convert coins in selected area. I should get that. Kill coins are nice. I just buy these to sell, really. Boost coin. +6. So I need in 2 rounds. There's only one though. I'll get it as a backup, chat. What's this? On exchange, all bad coins move towards scoring zone. Oh, but that only happens every 3 rounds. And we're almost at the end. So probably not. Choices, chat. Choices. Should I buy more? +3 to sale price of all coins and clip per new coin it touches. +3. Both of these are nice. Oh, I might end up really liking this game. Is this the last round, chat? Is this the last round? Is it actually last round? What the heck is the goal gonna be? What the heck is the goal gonna be, chat? Oh, should I expand the clip? And then eat as much as I can? Or do I save the ticket value so then the rich doll will be lots? Okay. Maybe one more roll. Maybe one more reroll. Already full. Okay. I don't think there's anything interesting. Probably. Okay, I probably use the half coin, right? Should I use half coin first or use this first? Okay, wait. Strategy. Coins in selected area gain value. Which one is more? Which one is better? This one is rare. So this one first. And then this one. No? Because this one, 20% of 2,000 would be 400? 400. Coins in selected area gain 400 versus this one, the thing will be 10 times 1. It'll be 10,000. Oh. Choices. Expand it. Yeah, but I'm also like a lot of the things are dependent on the amount of tickets I have. So that's why I'm a bit you know? I feel like I'm gonna try the big brain and then I give up and then I just do whatever. I can tell. Okay, you know what? I'll just put out the coin. And then I'll use the rich dog. Wait, what's this one? Oh! Chat! Wait! Right? No, I used this one first. Right? And then I use balance doll. I think that's it. I think that's the strat. Cause like it'll set... The selected area will be... Right? Will be the value of the most valuable coins, which will be 10,000. Chat! Holy crap! Atlas is doing their best today too. Chat. Why is it currently disabled though? Is it because we're not playing? Okay, chat. We might actually make it. Okay, let's go. Okay, I have to remind me. Okay, coin first. Thingamaboob. Okay, coin balance. Coin then balance. Okay. Okay. Prize ball. Holy crap. Okay. Okay. I have to shoot this somewhere. And then this one. There. Bam. Right? Do I still want this? Coins in selected area. Coins in selected area. Gain value. Okay. Let me just shoot things out first. What? How the fuck am I done? What the heck? Well, that was anticlimactic. Chat, I'm done. What happened? What the what? Wait, did I... What? And I finally used my brain for once. What the heck? We didn't even save it. We didn't save it because I didn't want any more coins to fall. What the heck? Man, I don't know what just happened. I genuinely like what? What happened? What? Was it the score rate? No, right? Wait, no. What? This is the only new thing. Wait, how is value calculated? Wait, thoughts? Is it times the thing? I too much brain la. Is this the power of Kanna using her brain? Actually... Chat, what if I'm just nerfing myself so that the world can continue on peacefully, you know? What if I actually use my brain and use it for not good? It would be terrifying, chat. Atlas doing their best. Oh, this thing though. That means I have to yeet this out immediately, chat. Okay. I don't even know what to prepare for anymore because I feel like I don't know what just happened. What the heck? What just happened? I'm so confused. If this is this is the last round, right? So this is my last purchase? Question mark? Should I expand? Yeah, this is the last one. Okay. I'll just get it. And then I'll just keep shopping, I guess. I mean, I don't know what else to do. Oh. I'm pretty... Okay, my tickets aren't that much right now, but... What if we just get it, chat? Wow. I still can't believe what just happened. I know it's already over, but like, I still can't believe what just happened. Alright. Okay. Should I buy this again? But they're all dependent on my thing. Maybe not. Reroll? Wow, you keep appearing, don't you? Are they trying to tell me something? Okay, what if I sell you? I want you. I think explosions generally help. Probably. Probably? Probably. Probably. What's this? When bankrupt. Did I get another U? Sure. I'm still so confused, chat. I don't know what happened. Ayah, just buy lah. Okay lah, you know what? Too much thinking. Too much thinking. Guys, I'm so scared. She's using her brain. Hey! Hey, are you saying this is the only time I've ever used my brain ever? Chat, hello? Hello? What are you implying, actually? Okay. Okay. Did you aga me? Timmy, did you just... Okay, okay. I see what's happening here. Okay, wait. Means I have to push the middle and the left side down. I feel like I'm planning for nothing. Wait, sure. Resume. Crap. I almost... What if I accidentally exit? That would be the most big brain thing I've ever done. Okay. Okay. Chat. What if we... Okay, no. Don't jinx it. We're just gonna do our best. Right, chat? We're gonna do our best. Okay. If all else fails, I don't know what to do. I'll just sell things. Right? Oh, the UFO is so great. What the heck is going on? I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna... Shake, sure. Like... Look at the amount of things... Chat. Did we just finish? Chat, did we... Chat. You know what happened? Did we finish? Did we just finish? Hello? Yeah, see, it's the rate. It's the score rate. Look, it's 10,000. It's 10,000 value, but because I have this thing, the economics, it's at times 11. Bro. I didn't even do anything. Chat, wait. Wait, so me switching out for this is actually super big brain. Wait. Did we just... I didn't do anything. Chat. Did we just win? Chat. Did we win? Oh my god. See, I just got another 100,000. Like it's no big deal. Holy shit. Wow, wait. Yeah, because then if every coin, if the coin in the middle was like 120k, I would only need... I would only need a few. That's crazy. Is that the last one that's that big? That's crazy. Oh, there's another one. guys. I don't know what happened, but I like it. What does this do? And now I have to pee. I've been holding in my pee the whole time. Okay, wait, I'm gonna go to the bathroom while I try to make sense. I didn't even get to use this. What was that? Yippee! I'm so happy. I'm so happy. And I also really have to pee. Oh my god, I'll be right back. What the heck? Okay, chat. Chat, I thought about it. First of all, I'm back from the bathroom. Second of all, I thought about it. Okay. First, right? Yeah. I had 2,000 tickets, and then I used this half coin. So that one coin turned into 10,000, right? Hear me out. And then the balanced doll cast like a wide area thing, so all the coins in that area turned to 10,000. I also had that thing where the area of effect was wider, right? Thoughts? Right? And then I bought this thing, which added score rate up to 10. Right? As long as I don't exchange anything that round, right? Wow. I don't know if I will ever surpass this in my life. What the? That's crazy. You know what Fairy would say about how powerful Michi would be? Oh my god, yeah, what if my brain is working all the time? What if this could have been me 24/7? Chat! Holy crap! Okay. Now that this is over, do I just... I have so many coins though! All that prep! I can't do anything! Okay, chat. What if I just finish the things that... Sell the things that I have? Then... Like, would my highest score be recorded? Right? Coin select with area gain value. Okay, let's just see how high it could be. Question mark. This one would only be... Yeah, there'll be another. Okay? Yeah, exactly. 6,000. And then what if I just do this? So I should also shoot it. I don't even know where the bad coin is. What the actual heck? See? Love how I don't even know what's going on. I just... Wow. Yeah. I'm just gonna... Let's just finish it out, chat. Let's see how high we can go. Not that high, apparently. 7 million is already a lot. Does that mean no more autofill? Aw. So stingy lah. So stingy lah. No more autofill? No autofill? Oh. Okay. We'll end the round when I run out of stuff to do. Okay. So, I'll just eat this. And then sell this. Right, chat? Right. And then... Again! No autofill! Because it's over. Huh. Okay, where is the... Should I... Oh, I should explode that area. Okay, wait. It's not even gonna reach. Okay. 8 million is respectable, I would say. 8 million is totally acceptable. And I can exchange. That's crazy. Okay. After this, let's try again. Does it... I think at the start, there's a thing where you choose characters. I wonder if that changes it or not. Does it change things? Is it different coins? I wanna know. I can even exchange more if I want to. What the... Right, it explodes. Forgot about that. Okay. Wow, I'm just... Okay. Available. Oh, we're unlocking a lot of things, but I don't know how I unlocked it. Is it because I was... Is it because I'm not stop playing? Okay. I think this should be it after this. Yippee! Yeah, I could totally screenshot it. The only person I know who plays is Michi, right? What? Has Michi ever gotten higher than this? Is there a goal I should aspire to? No, Kanna, don't set yourself goals. You'll never stop. Don't give yourself goals. You're never gonna stop, Kanna. Learn. Be better. Wait. Guys, I don't even know. Is this a high score or not? Because I feel like that was like... That was low-key anticlimactic. I'm gonna screenshot it. There. Okay. Save. Yes. I'm gonna chat Michi. Hey girl. What's your high score in Racoin? No, maybe she's gotten higher. Huh. Remember to attach the screenshot. Yes. Okay, chat. Wow, if I just sit here, do you think the coins will keep falling and I'll just get another high score? Okay. Okay, can the... Do I have to screenshot it again? Does it matter? I only added 1,000. What if the digits matter? Okay, wait. I have one in hand. Okay. Okay, I'll screenshot again for future... Do I finish exchanging one more time? That's okay. She said, whoa! And is this high? Is this a high... Is this a decent score? Why is she drinking? You guys saw that meme? The meme of... The recent meme is... You know, the one where they're like... Yeah, exactly. That's what she said, me. She said, I think I've been Tomodachi lifing. You stopped the gambling life. Crap. Holy crap. No, Tomodachi life is pretty... Does Tomodachi life work for Switch 1, you think, chat? Okay. Okay, can the coin stop falling so I can get one more exchange? Oh no. I think it does. It does! I can play it. Oh my god, wait. That means I can play it. Right? She's so focused on the family life. She said life is colorful without gambling. Holy crap. Okay. Now I can screenshot. Okay, now I can screenshot. Okay. Hello, coins. No more big scores here, right? I'm hungry. Does gambling make you hungry, chat? I don't know why I'm hungry. Huh. Okay. Save. Oh my god. Yippee! I think it being 3 p.m. makes you hungry. True. Holy crap. You're a changed woman. I'm so proud of you. How? Wait. Wasn't Michi Tomodachi Live had that talking about drugs or stuff? I saw your... Were your me's talking about drugs? And shoving fingers up butt? What? I think I saw that on Twitter somewhere. Okay. Okay, chat. And heat suppressants. Wow. Wow, chat. I will probably not achieve this ever again, huh? Holy shit! Whoa! Big explosion. Removes modifiers. What does that even mean? Summon? Oh, sum. Gains value equal to the total, so then destroys the... Okay. Eh? Oh. Engineer at. +3 score rate per gadget in play. What's a gadget? For each different prize. Oh, so if I have 2 prizes. It's a 10 score rate. That's crazy. Adds number of bonus coins to next coin tower. What are bonus coins again? Ah, yeah, future me will know lah. Oh, I like this one. Price lot. Ah. Crispy ticket. Ah. Whoa. We hit the milestone. And the next milestone. And the next milestone. Oh, and the next milestone. Custom wheel choice. And the next milestone. Oh Lord. What's a wheel point? And the next milestone. Yippee! Cha-chanting! That's wonderful. Okay. Okay. Oh, the next one's gonna be 10 million. I see. Huh? What the heck is that? What the heck? What? That's 10 million, right? No? Yes? No? Why did I have to write it like that? They're so lazy lah. Okay. Okay. Chat! We need it! Wow, I should have been screenshotting this the whole time, huh, chat? Huh, chat. Gambling. Yippee! Wow. We knocked it out of the park, chat. We knocked it out of the park. Holy crap. Wow. First try. Was that my first try of the day? Or did I already retry earlier? I kind of forgot. How many... Did I... Was that my first... What? You freaking killed it. Actually... Was that my... That was my first run today? Oh my god. Maybe I should use my brain more often, chat. Holy crap. My god. I think you should refrain from using your brain. How's the duct tape on the car? It's still there. The duct tape is still there, chat. It's falling off though. It's falling off. What do? What do? Okay. I kind of don't want to play another run. Because that was amazing. And I probably will never achieve that ever again in my life. Oh. That's crazy. We did hit 4. We did? What time is it? Bro. I didn't even notice the time pass by. Holy crap. Holy crap. My progress is only 20% though. And on a high note, I know right? I know right? Can't believe. Wait, I just want to see. Okay, this was the normal one. Surreal. Chachanteng! Wow! Oh. Whoa. Okay. Clover pit. Huh. Whoa. Okay. 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 Before I get addicted to this. I didn't notice the time pass by. I was too busy playing coins. Damn. Okay, wait. I'm gonna shut this off for like a second. Chat. Time flies when you're having fun gambling. You're so right. You're so right. Okay, to be fair, I never knew I could do that. I didn't think I could get to round 15, and look where I am now. If you put your mind and your brain to it, you can do anything, chat. You can do anything. Imagine the possibilities that you have. Ooh. Imagine life. This one. Ew. Hi. Let me stretch. Whoa. 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 Can't believe. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. I should tell Ray to start gambling, huh? I wonder if Ray likes gambling. It's out of the... Because I feel like I have never seen her play a game like that before. So, I would want to see how she plays it. You know? You know. Not gonna give her any more context. Who needs context anyway, chat? Who needs context anyway? Wait, I need to tweet my achievement for today. Yeah, this counts as an achievement, I think. Just enter the game with, do you like gambling, Ray? Wow, chat. Wow. I kind of like... I like the combination of everything. Is that called a build? Whatever that was. I hope I keep getting it forever and ever. Thank you. Imagine if we could get that all the time. Wouldn't that be crazy? The half coin, balance doll, score rate. Yeah, that's all I remember. Everything else. The whimsy build. No, it was totally planned. We planned that. Yep. I knew that was the original plan from the start. Yep. Okay. Gambling. Would I get banned on Twitter if I just said gambling is fun? No, right? No, right? Right? Right. Yippee! That's it. That's my accomplishment of the day. Wow. Wow. I should tell Pharaoh and Ray that I used my brain today. Chat. Chat. What if all this time I've just been nerfed by not using my brain? Holy crap. Let the man sleep. Wouldn't he be happy to know that I used my brain? Man. You just realized now. When was I supposed to realize it? Okay, wait. How? I think I said a thingamaboob. Thingamajig. Thingy. Thingy. Schedule. How do I find the schedule that I've set for myself, chat? How? Yeah, okay, well... I don't remember what other day I set the stream to. I won't be streaming tomorrow because I have to go to the bakery. I have to go to work. So it should be the day after? I think. I have a schedule. I have a chat. I have the Twitch schedule thing. Probably. I have a schedule in my heart. No, wait. Is it /schedule? I swear, I should find it. Schedule. Wait. Here. It's the most It's the most here. Ta-da! Wow. What did I set it to? Oh, okay, Thursday. I think it should be... I have work tomorrow, so I should be streaming on Thursday. And I think on Saturday, I'll be on Ollie's channel on Saturday. Yeah, so it wouldn't be on my channel. I'll see you guys Thursday and Saturday on Ollie's channel. Beep beep boop. Yeah, we have an off collab. I think it should be on Ollie's channel. So I don't have there's no POV because it's off collab. Yeah. But it's scheduled on your Twitch. It's a self-reminder. I hate to tell you, Bimo, that's my self-reminder so that I don't forget there's something on Saturday. Because what if I forget? What if I forget? Well, I'm doing my best, chat. I'm doing my best. Not gonna lie, this is my first time seeing someone use the Twitch. Wasn't the schedule supposed to be used? What is it made for if it's not used? Question mark? There's this thing called alarm. You're so right. If you open your phone, there's this revolutionary app called Calendar. You're so right. You're so right. You're so right, actually. Why didn't I just use... Well, then, anyway. Thank you for the head pats. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Hee hee. Hee. Okay, what was I here? Oh no. All the brain power. Yeah. I think I used too much brain power. I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm so awake. This calendar can be used to schedule things. Every time I set something in my calendar, and then in my calendar, I never remember. I never remember. Ugh. Told you to refrain from using your brain. Man. Okay. You use a whole day's worth of energy. So my goal should be to gain more energy to use my brain more often. That's so smart. Okay. So I'll see you guys on Thursday. And Saturday on Ollie's channel. Self-reminder. I think it's at around this time. Whatever time this is for you right now. It should be around this time, I think. I don't know. I'll just show up and hope for the best. Because I think all the girlies will be there. I don't think we're all gonna fit into the frame. Not gonna lie. So if you don't see my hands, you just I'm there somewhere. It says 5 p.m. Yes, probably. I don't know. They told cause 3 p.m. is the time I'm supposed to be there, chat. Are you sure it's 5 p.m.? You know what? You know what, chat? Ollie would know better. Someone ask Ollie. Wait, no. Let me check. Actually, let me check. Is it here? Wait. No, see, she told me 3 p.m. because I have to be there by 2. Or did she lie to me just to make sure that I'm on time? We'll see which one is true. What if she lied to me because she expects me to be there at 5 if she tells me 3? You know, chat, we'll find out. We'll find out. Thank you for streaming. Please try to minimize your exposure to poison between now and next year. So right. Never mind. It says, and if you doubted me, hello, you doubted me. She does believe in me. She gave me the correct time. I believe that to you using your brain. Wow, if I use my brain, do you get nerfed? Dang. Okay, chat. Thank you so much for spending time with me. Had so much fun. Thank you for keeping me alive for yet another day. Yippee! I'll see you guys in 2 days, which should be Thursday by my calculation. I had so much fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it too. I will think about what to do on Thursday. You know what? Future me should decide what to do. Yeah! I will remember not to die. I'll even eat food and take meds and vitamins. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. I'm so happy. Thank you so much for dropping by. Oh, right. Raid. Oh, this is gonna Oh. And then, you know what? The last time. Wait. Let me think about it. She's doing the thing. I know. Okay. I've realized. Chat, did you know I'm very shy? I didn't know. Didn't know. Why rating is so nerve-wracking? How do people do this without, dying on the inside? Anya. My nose. Thank you for the head pat. Anya. Meep. Also, yeah, no. I think Michi's the only extrovert. Probably. Okay. Oh, there's Tomodachi Life. Iron Mouse is playing Tomodachi Life. Should we just go there? Do you guys feel like watching Tomodachi Life? It looks fun. Chat, I was thinking about getting Tomodachi Life, then I realized the only people on my island would probably just be the girlies. And I'm like, well, that seems like a fun game if you have a lot of friends to, make. I'll just be here. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. I don't need Tomodachi Life. That's fine. That's okay. Who would I make anyway? Pharaoh. Race Island is full of that. No, that checks out. Add your husband. I don't have any. I need to reevaluate my life. I need to reevaluate my life. I need to reevaluate my life. Oh no. Okay, rather than having an existential crisis, it's fine. It'll be fine. That's okay. Okay. Card chat. Duggerate is all good. I remember how to do this. /raid space bar name that I copy paste. I was leaving her with psychic damage. Yeah, no, it's fine. That's okay. I'm just gonna go and reevaluate my life a little bit. That's okay. Even Ray has husbandos. Husbandos? Wow. All I've been doing is just looking at food, chat. I can't add food. It's just gonna be an island full of food personas. And then they'll be named like gyoza, cheese. Maybe I should go and reevaluate my life, and that's okay. That's fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Gotta get her to make more story-based games. Cheese to meet you. Hi, Zaid. Okay. I'm gonna drink water. Evaluate lunch. Oh my god, you're so right. Okay. Okay. Oh, you gotta... Ray. Posture check, you're so right. I crossed my legs again. Ray. If I got Tomodachi Life, my island would be empty. Other than the girlies. Why? I don't know who else to put in there. can you introduce her? Realize that my brain is just food, isn't it? That's kind of tough. You should make cheese. See, I knew it, chat. I told you my island would just be food. Food incarnations. I don't want to talk about it. You know what? No, it's okay. It's fine. That feels like a lot of copium. It feels like a lot of copium. I'm just gonna raid. We should just raid. It's fine. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I knew it. Damn, even Ray had the same idea. We should just raid. Thank you so much for watching, chat. Thank you. See you guys Thursday. I have time to reevaluate my life. Alright. Thank you for spending time with me. I'll see you guys. Bye-bye. Do you know that I forgot to press enter? I did. I certainly did. Stretch. I'll stretch right after this, chat. Right after this, you know. Bye bye. I'm gonna miss you. Don't forget me. See you in 2 days. Don't forget me. Remember me. Okay. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye.